Sir, you're charged with especially aggravated kidnapping. You're also charged with aggravated assault, and you're charged with theft of a firearm worth less than $2,500.
You're talking about stuff that is not relevant.
Hello and welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict, and boy do I have a case for you today.
Why is the dog chewing on this guy?
I think they have got the wrong guy
They
there.
got the wrong guy, and the dog was biting him.
He roughened him up quite a bit. There's a lawsuit.
9 out of 10 judges prefer watching the Recovery Addict live stream in their courtroom.
The fireworks are not done.
Now we're getting commentary on the case.
Oh, for Trump's sake.
Is that correct?
Dati mihi Anglican por service Latino. I didn't ask you to interrupt me.
Good morning, welcome. Welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict. It looks like I'm in the darks today. Why is it so dark in the studio? Well, when it's too dark in here, and it's quiet, is that better? There's only one thing to do, and that's just make it brighter. There we go. Turn up the sun a little bit. Good morning. Great to have you here. Welcome, one and all. We are excited to kick off day 20, the last full day of the Karen Reid trial this week. Yes, the last full day. At least we anticipate the last full day. After today, we have a half day tomorrow, which I will be bringing you from the road via the wonders of Starlink. And as we have a half day tomorrow, we have the day off on Friday. And I have no idea what happens on Monday, which is, I believe, by my last check, a holiday. I'm pretty sure Monday's a holiday. So, wow, the weekend is nearly upon us. Tomorrow, also the podcast from the road. It's going to be awesome. I will tell you what amazing U.S. city we're going to be in when we get there. But
I'm not a camel.
I can tell you right now that I live practically on the East Coast, so almost any city is west of me. So that gives you options for guesses. All right. Good morning. Welcome, one and all. Good to have you here. A big shout out, of course, to, if I can get it on the screen properly, Sloth Leaf Blower. Come on. What is it? Oh, there it is. Now the button works. Okay. Sloth Leaf Blower, I don't know why you're way down there. Oh, I put you down there. I'm sorry. I will move you back to where you need to go. Let's see. You are on, just for your own personal reference, not that it matters much, but you're on upstream keyer 4 today. So just know that's where you are. And that's a little better. I'm a little big. I'm going to move you back. Sorry. You know, we could do this live or we could prepare ahead of time. Either way works. Slothleaf Blower, congratulations. You are, in fact, first in chat. And as such, we're going to punish you with internet ownership. Congratulations. Everything IP-related worldwide is now yours. You're responsible for everyone's microwave, VCR. Now, some people still have VCRs. They might be internet. No, nobody has a VCR that's internet connected, actually. I take that back. Microwave, VCR, computers, for short. That's a big one. Their tablets, their phones. Making everything work together is your responsibility. And making things work on my end is mine. And I'll try to do that. All right. Gave me a heart attack driving to work. Looked at my phone under the rearview mirror and saw flashing lights. It was your intro. Weebuck, I'm so sorry. That would be a terrible start to the day. Speaking of which.
Mike. What day is it, Mike? Guess what today is?
It's hump day.
Hump day! Welcome to Wednesday. Oh, I'm feeling lightheaded. Oh, my goodness. Let me just relax for a minute. Okay, I'm good. I was not ready for that. 7.5. Happy hump day. Dark Tech says my dog did not like that. I'm sorry, Dark Tech. It's something we do every Wednesday. We have to celebrate halfway through the work week some way. And I get 1.5 from my son, who apparently now has some new chores to do. No, just kidding. I'm giving you a hard time. Happy Wednesday. I got lightheaded there. I probably need to drink more. Some people would say you probably need to drink less, but no, it's water. It's water, I tell you. This one has a hole in it. All right, now I'm hydrated, ready for the day. I'm not a camel. I'm excited. Oh my goodness, we've got some crazy stuff to go on today. First of all, we've got some birthdays to celebrate. We have the only fan who is giving us the rare still shot. This is the only fan profile pic, I think, is what we're looking at here.
I'm not going to argue about semantics.
I'm not going to argue about semantics. I did make a new soundbite yesterday at the request of you guys, and I haven't told anyone no one has played it yet. I haven't told anyone what it is. It was not on the list, Amber. I'm sorry. I haven't done any of the ones that were on the list. This was a new one that was requested right at the end of the day. And it's very similar to another command we have. It's not on the list. You won't see it there. Because I forget to...
Alex stole it.
I like you guys guessing. This is funny. Oh, Fire Girl nailed it right off the bat.
There's nothing in the order that restrains you from talking to cats.
Thank you.
There you go, Fire Girl. We've got cats. Heather from Texas, obviously that's so we have cat and cats.
I was told council wanted to see me at Sidebar.
All right, let's focus on birthdays though. Let's do that first, and then we'll talk about what I'm doing tonight and what I'm doing tomorrow and how this is all going to happen. Because I'm super excited. I've done a lot of testing, doing some testing this morning. Think we've got it all figured out. I think, fingers crossed. And of course, we're just waiting for packages to arrive today to make everything possible. I ordered this morning. Man, Amazon. I love small businesses. And when I can, I love to support small businesses. But you cannot go wrong with going on Amazon being like, oh, crap, I leave on a trip tomorrow. I need something before 6 a.m. tomorrow that's not available locally. Oh, good. Amazon has same-day delivery. I will order this obscure item, and it will arrive at my house after dinner time tonight. It's incredible. It's amazing. So thank you, Amazon, for the padded Gorilla Grip. I kid you not, Gorilla Grip brand lap desk, which I will be using on my trip. So sounds awesome.
There's nothing in the order that restrains you from talking to cats.
Nothing in the order. Nothing. We're not. You're permitted to talk to cats. Let's see. Know me, Poppy, Sidetracks and Splinters, and Miss Joni Hockey, all celebrating their birthday today. So we're going to sing with them or sing to them. They can sing with us if they'd like.
Video of roaches fighting. I don't know
who won. But everyone stand up, take a deep breath, shoulders back, project your voice to the back of the room, blend your voice with your neighbor, warm up with me if you will. La 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 la. That's it. All right, we're going to sing to Know Me, Poppy, Sidetracks and Splinters, and Miss Joni Hockey. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Know Me, Poppy, Sidetracks and Splinters, and Miss Joni Hockey. Happy birthday to you. It's your birthday. Go, shorty. Yeah. Great stuff. You guys, dancers, doing a great job. Keep it up. Know Me, Poppy, Sidetracks and Splinters, and Miss Joni Hockey. Happy birthday. Really celebrating many wonderful days. You probably had a good day just this week, but today is your special day. And the privilege, the pleasure, the honor of celebrating this with you is ours. Hopefully we're going to turn that pleasure back to you by making it a little more specialer. Because there are a million places you could have been and a million people you could have celebrated with. You chose to be here with us. Help yourself to free pancakes at Denny's, IHOP, Village Inn, Waffle House, McDonald's, Tammy Dunlop's House, Village Inn twice. They're serving it twice. Andy's Grill and Bob Evans. There was another one in there. I keep forgetting. One day I need to write those down. I never have. All right, Sloth Life, great footwork, doing fabulous. Tammy Dunlop is awesome. Yes, she is. What happened with the crazy cat lady case last night? Ever see The Offender? Oh my goodness. We've got two people who need to be better neighbors, is what that case was. Just be nicer to each other. Talk to each other, and maybe you're to each other's cats, or not, as the case may be. Yeah.
There's nothing in the order that restrains you from talking to cats.
Nothing. You can talk to the cats all you want. So, Kathy's dropping it like it's hot. What does the Gorilla Grip lap desk clamp onto? Nothing. This is the funny thing, Leah. It floats freely. It sits there on my lap. That's all it does. Apparently, it does have like slots for like iPhones and so pencils and stuff. Who has pencils? Who's going to be like, oh, I need a pencil? No, I don't. I don't do that. I do tech. Tech, no pencils. Is this a drum solo? Yes, it is. I almost missed it. You guys didn't. You guys need to remind me. There it is. Boom. Drum solo finish. Katie, I was not searching for all things Gorilla Grip. What can I buy? I looked for lap desk, and I was searching by Prime same day, and there was one available, and it was made by Gorilla Grip. Oh, Let's see. Where's my text? Let's see. Just 1 second here. I've got to put you on hold for a second. We're gonna bring the fan up so you can see we're not missing anything. It's live. It's live. It's just, I guess Judge Bev has ordered the. I've got to click on a video and I have to have my sound muted for this. Hang on.
There's nothing in the order that restrains you from talking to cats.
Thank you.
All right, I can't.
I'm not a cat.
I can't play this video, unfortunately, because of copyright reasons.
I'm not going to argue about semantics here.
Did get a reminder, which I appreciate, because I'm not in the situation, so it didn't come to my mind, immediately. But with Memorial Day coming, a lot of family members of military members, this is a hard time. Not just
someone with more experience.
For some of the country, it's the day to buy a mattress and a new TV, and for others, it's a day to visit a tombstone and remember a sacrifice somebody made. So thank you.
Thank you, sir. You're my new best friend.
Thank you for that reminder about the Memorial Day coming
Happy
up.
birthday.
And
You
the
look
purpose
good.
behind it, and understands that some in chat are looking towards this weekend, not with the anticipation of what fun it's going to be, but the sad realization that that all they have now is memories going forward. Ivan Victor sent 5 gifted memberships. Ivan, sick in bed. I imagine he's got like one of those packs that you fill with water on his head and a thermometer sticking out of his mouth and the remote control. And he's like, honey, bring me some chicken broth or something. And gifting memberships.
I was told council wanted to see me at Sidebar.
So Ivan, hope you're feeling better. Hope you get over the flu quick. Hope it's like the 24-hour flu and you're like better soon. Thank you for gifting the memberships. Ivan,
Shame on you, sir.
Longtime supporter of the channel, good friend as well. Love you, man. Hope you get better soon. Kelly H also gifted a membership. Thank you very much, Kelly H. Thank you. And Chris Wallace gifted a membership as well. Both
Talking about stuff that is not
both first thing this morning, kicking things off. I always talk about things that are not relevant. We're going to talk about things that are not relevant tomorrow on the podcast From the Road, live from a city I have never been in before. Like, I don't think I've ever even flown into the city.
The zombie apocalypse.
It might be a
may
new
upon
state
us.
for me entirely.
In front of the Walmart.
Hang on 1 second. It's easier to answer on the live stream than texting the response. The video, unless you played the instruments yourself and recorded them yourself, the risk to the channel is too high. Even using some looping systems and design your own song and custom creation songs, the individual sound bites or the riffs or the drums or the note pattern is enough to get a copyright strike. And I apologize. There's just the risk to the channel is huge for copyright strikes. I have to be extremely, extremely cautious on that. And so even if you designed the song or used a tool to make the song yourself, it doesn't mean that the people who made the tool can't strike me because they recognize parts of the song from their platform.
I don't like
that makes
podiums,
sense.
Your Honor.
And I apologize for that. Can I turn my mic up, please? I can talk a little louder. Is that a little better? All right. And unfortunately, let's see. I will definitely watch that off air as well. I watched part of it now. I'll watch it off air as well. All right, Ivan, how are you doing, my friend?
Mr. Ivan.
Ivan, how are you doing? Are you feeling better?
Good morning. Well, when I get sick, it's kind of like a vacation. It's I'm not going to complain because I'm reasonably young and sort of healthy, so I feel like I'll get over it. And it just means I don't got to go throw around wood all day. So, in a sense, it's sort of like a little break,
It's a vacation, is what you're saying.
Yeah, I was telling the folks.
I'm not feeling well. I can't come into work today.
Right. I was telling the folks in pre-chat before the show got over. It's a big day in Victor House because it's snack day for the pre-K kid. So I take this very seriously. Okay.
Snack day?
I have it's his day to bring snacks, okay? And so everybody in the class looks forward to when it's his turn for snacks because I go all out. And this year we are catering in Dippin' Dots. I can't be there because I'm sick. So it becomes sort of like a rite of passage for him. And you've never, you'd be surprised the beaming of pride on his face when it's his turn for snack day because he knows his dad's going to bring the firepower. So
this is hilarious. We know how generous you are in chat. I can only imagine how you take that to the next level when it's your own son in school and and reputations on the line. That is awesome.
It's like a Sweet 16, prom, graduation, all wrapped into one when snack day rolls around. So it's you don't get very many opportunities to be a superhero, but when you do, you cash in. You cash in.
That is awesome. I hope he has a fabulous day. Loads of Dippin' Dots for everyone.
Yeah,
everyone's jealous.
What's on the docket today, you think?
Well, we're nearing the end of the state's case. I don't know if we're going to be done this week because we only have a day and a half left. We still have Dr. Welcher, who has a lot to testify to. I can't think of anyone else they need to bring. I can think of a lot of people that I'd like to see, but I will probably see them on defense case. But I don't know. It's going to be spicy a little bit. I think this particular witness probably not so much. She's sort of just she's been
nobody's
helpful.
Happier than Proctor, right? Nobody whoever thought Proctor would become like an afterthought in all this,
he's an asterisk. He's an asterisk to all of it, is what he is.
Right. Nobody even remembers his name after the debacle of the last 2 days. It's, Greener's made a good point. What if this is like the ultimate 4D chess by Brennan? We'll just put the worst witness in the world up there and, let him take all the heat, and then nobody even remember Proctor.
Well, they did run a pretty interesting slate of witnesses that way. So I don't know. Anything can happen. This has definitely turned into a very different trial than the first one, which is what I was hoping for. I didn't want to repeat.
Different. Yeah.
It still has some elements that I wish we didn't have. I wish we didn't have the drama and the extreme polarization that sometimes exists where we, I like that we can look at something and say, you know what, let me think about that. Let me look at it from the other perspective. I like that. This one's been a difficult case to do that in. It's been pretty polarizing that way. But I think.
Well, I still contend, there's no doubt about it that the findings of the cell phone going, stale or dead or whatever at the very time of that turn, so I think, Leslie did everything he could to sort of snowball over that. I don't
powerful.
know.
It's powerful.
It is. It's the worst bit of facts for Karen in the entire trial, in my opinion. I don't know if it gets, I don't know if you could debate that.
Yeah.
But
the problem that the defense is left with is the lack of evidence is not necessarily evidence, right? And them saying, but the car didn't record a collision. So there wasn't one, or his body doesn't look like it. I need to hear from ME. I need to hear from other people, and I have heard from viewers who said, I was in a collision. I got pulverized. The person next to me who got hit by the same car didn't get a scratch. And we both got hit and thrown. And it's like,
the problem I have is the lack of bruising, the lack of, go hit a deer at 20 miles an hour and see what happens.
You get a new car. Yeah.
Exactly. It's not both to the deer and to your vehicle. Go look at the shape of either.
Yeah.
So there are just, I think, unfortunately, as the case is with many trials, I don't think the real story will ever be revealed because I just don't. And that's a shame.
That's the interesting thing, because the prosecution has not yet told the story using testimony. They have not yet told us how this happened. We don't have a witness who's come on and explained the accident. It's like they're leaving the most important part out, and I need that part. Well,
I think they're leaving that out because they don't necessarily have the answer. It's sort of like let's just throw all these other pieces to the puzzle, even though we're missing the centerpiece. And hopefully that'll be enough, and maybe it will. I guess time will tell. But all right, I'll let you go. I've taken up too much time. I'll be listening intently.
We know we have a captive audience in you because you can't go to work. You're stuck in bed. The TV's on and the remote's out of reach.
I'm here. I'll be here.
Anyone who wants to say anything about Ivan and make him listen, now's the time. So Ivan, thanks, my friend. Get feeling better, man.
I love you guys.
Love you, man. Bye. All right. I love that, man. What a good guy. Mavia, but is it a point of argument that they changed the timing on things to make this happen? Yes, that's a strong point of argument. It's similar to the argument that they had in the last trial, though, where they on the Celebrate side, where the software, points to Haslang to die in the cold, and they had to rewrite the software to fix it so it wasn't problematic for them. And here they had to. They've used a guy who hacked into the computer system and found a bunch of letters and numbers, which he thinks it happens at this time, so that must mean that, and thus it means this, so we can adjust everything by that. It's a hack job to make pieces fit. I think it's a good one. I mean, I think it's effective. The method he used, I think, works, but it's still, I'm not sure if the jury's going to buy it. Lally says, was on replay crew last night, started feeling too bad for Shannon. I had to skip the rest of the testimony. Still don't understand the whole clock debacle. But LOL to R is, watch your boy Lally. Lally's done such a good job this time. I'm not a Brennan hater, right? I think Mr. Brennan is a fabulous prosecutor. He fights, and he's good at it. I'm not sure if I want to say that. I won't. I'll skip that. Sorry, I'll skip that thought. I don't want to go there. JV, I love that we can have different opinions, and convince me otherwise. I'm open. My brain is open to being convinced. I think that the witnesses that the prosecution has, some of them have major flaws, but the case has been much better as far as facts go this time around, although we're missing key parts that I think they need to provide. If they were to rest right now, I would not say they've proven their case. They need to prove a collision, and they haven't done that. It could be that lightning struck him the second he stepped out of the car, and he died right there. The timing would be the same on everything. You have to prove the collision. I don't think they've done that yet to my satisfaction, because I have doubts about some of the evidence. I have doubts about, everything that has Proctor on it, I have to put a question mark on. I have to scrutinize. I have to look at it and say, well, how in the world did all one side of the taillight? Hey, how's it going? Here, I'll let you have the cell phone. How about that? Oh, don't take my cell phone in the shower. Okay. Okay. Ringer on. Car's out of the shop. It's going to be done. All right. JVA would love to talk to you about him in Ireland. I need to figure out a way to let you guys call for free. Maybe it's just a new phone. I need to not give away my personal phone number, and that's the only reason why I can't do what's that group messaging one? I forget what it's called. Anyway, that one. Can't even see what it is. Need to figure it out. WhatsApp. I can't do WhatsApp. It gives away my personal number. Is your taillight still intact? It is. My taillight is in perfect condition. I have not had the time to do anything, and I need to tell you what my schedule looks like. Tonight, as soon as we are done with the live stream here, I drive, take a bunch of gear, none of this studio stuff, and none of what I'm using tomorrow, other than my laptop. I take all that to the town, and we do a live stream from the town where we're going to fight over our budget. So that's going to be a late night. It's going to be a late night doing that. Then I come home, get some sleep, and by 7 o'clock I'm on the road driving, and we'll be doing live from the road coverage of the Henry trial half day tomorrow. Then when I get to where we're going tomorrow night, we'll do the podcast live from the road from New City, USA, and I'll be there on the weekend. Coming back on Tuesday, we'll be live from the road as well, because I think Monday's a holiday. All right. So I don't know when I can break my taillight. How long does a bit of hammering take? It's not just breaking it. I have to set up all the cameras to capture. I only get one shot at breaking this, right? I didn't buy a set of taillights or a stack of taillights. I only get one shot, so it has to be all the angles I want, all the lighting correctly, all the frame rates correctly. And it's a bigger deal than I thought when I bought it. All right. I wanted to say this. I shared a little bit about military families and those who have lost loved ones who have served, both who have been lost in service, as well as those who have succumbed to the terrible statistics of taking their own life after service, and the difficulties that come from being a veteran that way. We've also got others who have lost family members who have asked not to be mentioned, but just keep those who have lost loved ones in your mind today and throughout this weekend, and appreciate that. Let's see. Goodman Law Firm says, Recovery Addict, give my son Michael Joel a shout out for graduating middle school tomorrow morning. Michael Joel. Okay, look, middle school. You think it's it's great, right? It was fun. You did a good job. The world is slowly opening up to you. High school is a new animal, and then after high school, when you're done with that and you go to college, it just keeps getting better and better, because soon you're going to be in control of what you learn, and you can chase your dreams, and you can start while you're in school. Congratulations on graduating. That's the first step. Okay. Now, as you start going into high school, you start to take you'll be able to choose some classes more and go down routes that you like more or less. And it opens doors to your future. So keep studying, but congratulations, graduating middle school. Michael Joel, shout out to you. And Nicole, thank you very much for the reminder, for the update. All right. Let's see, anything else? Oh, we're still waiting for the court to start, which is late right now. JV, last trial I had huge doubts, but was on the defense side. But this time around, the presentation of evidence has convinced me that she is 100% guilty. I believe the prosecution has a much stronger case this time. The weakness in their case is more in the individuals who are presenting the evidence than the evidence itself, in my mind. Obviously, Proctor is a major factor. I cannot look at Proctor and what happened and what didn't happen in the investigation when he was involved and say that all this is on the up and up. I can't see that. And I've told you this before. It may be that Karen Reed is responsible for hitting John O'Keefe. I can see that outcome based on the evidence so far. But if she did, and Michael Proctor planted pieces of evidence at the scene, Karen Reed should be found not guilty. Not because she's not guilty, but because the system that convicts her can never dip to that level to force a conviction. You cannot use a dirty system to get a clean result. It is impossible. It is impossible. You cannot do that. It corrupts the system, and it affects more than just this one case. It's better that somebody guilty gets free than we reach a result by, the ends justify the means. And for me, the biggest problem with Mr. Proctor, it's not his text messages that were crude and crass and everything else. It's not that he shared stuff with buddies, high school buddies that weren't on the investigative team, that he was sharing inside stuff about the investigation. It's not that. It's not it's not that his, didn't follow protocol and stuff was in his possession for a long time. That adds to it. But the biggest problem for me is when I look at that taillight and I look at the pieces that he found by himself later on. They're huge, and they're all from the same part of the taillight. It's like he had in his possession a whole bunch of taillight to find at the scene. Oh, look what I found. I don't know if he was trying to, I don't know if he was doing this at all, but to me it seems like he was, I have to be careful how I say this. It seems like he was either trying to make himself look better or he was trying to make sure Karen Reed got convicted for this by coming up with more evidence on his own, like padding his numbers, padding the case. How does one half of the taillight, especially the biggest pieces, not get found? With meticulous searches from many, many skilled law enforcement individuals, and then at the end, just, hey, look what I found. No pictures, no, I was just driving by. I had a hunch. Guess what? I found this huge chunk, biggest piece yet. That was me. Found it, and it's all the same side, as if you got like a part of the taillight out and broke into pieces, and then reported that you found those pieces. It's a big problem. All right. It's sad. But if that's the case, if that scenario was the case, and I realize a lot of you are not on board with what I just said as far as that Karen Reed may have hit him, and that's fine. But if it's the case that she did, and Proctor did what I think happened, is this a spam call? Are we starting the day with a spam call?
Call from Selena.
Nope. Oh, Selena, you call from the same area code I get my spam calls from. Selena, how are you doing?
No, hey, is it Wayne or whatever your name there?
Dwayne Bond. Yes.
Hey, Dwayne. Sorry, it's too early for me still. It looks like we might start, so I wanted to call real quick and it'll start. Mm-hmm. But here's my thing. You all know how I think, but once again, I just want to express it because I think she did hit him. I'm not sure that she did it on purpose. I think she could have done it because she was drunk. And I think he fell and hit his head, and that's what ended up taking his life. And I do not think there is this huge conspiracy world, Canton-wide. That's just my opinion. I think, Proctor, I don't like. What a jerk, and the things he did are disgusting. Yeah. But I don't think there would have had to be so many people involved in this to make it the conspiracy that some people think it is, and I don't buy that. So anyway.
Yeah. I thank you for saying that. There's a couple of points I want to draw on from that. Obviously, I've got some comments going in chat that I want to talk about as well, about the taillight and the injuries. I have questions about that. But let's see where we were. What were you saying? Stop. The taillight threw me off.
Perfect.
I lost my train of thought. It's on a circle track. It will come back to me. But Selena, I give up. My brain, okay, I can't brain today. I has the dumb. So
I know, that's why I couldn't remember Dwayne, whoever.
That's it. I was all optimistic about a prank call, and now we got a real one, and now I don't know what to do with it.
I think I'm looking through the chat to see if I can see any. I think some of them are the taillight, maybe.
Yeah. The taillight. Well, let me talk about the taillight. I'll do that. And Selena, you don't have to stick on the phone for this one because it's going to be a lengthy one. But oops, thanks for your call. I just unplugged you. Can you still hear me?
Let me say one last thing real quick.
Go ahead.
Oh, can I say one more thing?
Yeah.
So my husband's been watching this with me, and he totally is on the opposite opinion of that I am. He says there's no way the glass would have stayed on there or the hair. So I'm just throwing that out. We have
So how's the divorce coming along? No, just kidding.
Yeah, I called the attorney yesterday, so just wanting to let everybody know. Pray for me. Okay, bye.
That's awesome. Bye, Selena. See ya. That's funny. This weekend, a young lady went missing after leaving the bar. Turns out her ex hit her with the car. They found him yesterday and arrested him. Found her body at his house, Florence, Alabama. I hope this trial will be shown public. Wow. Oh man, another one of those. Brandy, that's crazy. That's all right. Taillight and injuries. Nicole says people on Reddit are talking about matching up the taillight to injuries. Reddit is good for a lot of things. And if somebody out there could do this and match it up, you'll see them on Reddit before you see them anywhere else. Reddit is also the best for some of the worst harebrained ideas and comments. You know, it's right up there with 4chan. So it might be interesting to see that. The problem I have with the taillight causing the injuries idea is that the accident happening at the speed the Commonwealth says it happened at 25 miles an hour, 24 miles an hour, 28, somewhere in that range in the 20s. The impact would be between 0.1 and 0.2 seconds. That's the amount of time his body is still in contact with the other vehicle. The length of the scratches, that duration of time, and the shallowness of the scratches doesn't add up for me. What I mean is that if these sharp edges that were sharp enough to poke through and make a hole in his shirt and tear the skin, but we heard the testimony were only superficial. None of them were deep enough to measure the depth on. If that happened, I can't see that happening in 1/10 of a second with an impact and it has to be impact and friction because they're lacerations. They're not just puncture marks, and only break his skin. How do you get that? I can't see that happening. It seems more reasonable to me that at some point they were caused by a dog. Before, after his death, I don't know, but at some point they were caused by a dog. That makes more sense. But let's see. I think he fell and hit his head. That's a possibility. It's also possible that someone's waiting for him and got him in the head. This is the thought. Nicole, thank you for saying this. I've scrolled back and found this. This is what I wanted to talk about. Initially, the scene wasn't a crime scene. We went through and we looked at the Massachusetts State Police crime or accident. Sorry, my phone's calling. This is Angela. Hang on.
Call from Angela.
Angela, hang on just 1 second. I hate to make you pay to listen to me, but just 1 second. We went back and we looked at the police reports, and when the police first responded to the scene, this was a non-lethal accident. This was not investigated as a crime scene initially. And so that does affect how the scene is treated. If it was a murder scene and they knew it was a murder scene at the get-go, it would have been treated differently than, we had a guy that, got hit, got as unconscious in the snow. They didn't know it was murder. He was still alive at the time when they left the scene. So, all right, Angela, what's on your mind this morning?
Speaking of, I'm really hung on the taillight, and that's the talk you had about the taillight. That's the reason why I'm calling. I have what I would like to know, and if you do, I didn't see any videos about you doing the experiment with the taillight, but if you do end up doing some kind of experiment, can you? Oh,
be quick.
Put it back. I'll call later.
Could I see counsel sidebar, please?
She's at sidebar. There's sidebar. There's sidebar. And there's a bug.
Okay.
I have a bug above me on the wall, and there's sidebar. I need.
Oh, it is longer than however long the taillight is, because I have a suggestion for you / a question for you. So right. I'll call later.
All right. Thanks, Angela. I appreciate it.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
I've yelled for the raid. Southern Febreze, please. Southern Febreze. Okay. We're at Sidebar, which nobody's surprised about right now. What kind of bug? Only one kind. We only get one kind in here. I kid you not. We do not have spiders that come in the house. 0 spiders. What flavor did you get me? Ooh, this is lavender. Lavender Febreze is what we're going with today. So, what is Southern Febreze? It's right here. This is it. Okay, I can see it way up there. I don't know how I'm going to reach it. I can climb. You can climb, but can you spray? Yeah. Let me do this. Okay, hold please. Sidebar's happening, but the mics are hot. We're just waiting. Hang on, but don't scare it. I need to get close enough to spray this thing. All right, he missed it. He sprayed and he missed, which means it dropped down on the floor, and I don't know where it's gone. It will show. They always show up again. That's what I'm worried about. All right, Sidebar. Who is sitting by Peggy? I don't know. I don't know all the family's names, but some of the faces look familiar. Flavor? Do you drink it? No. That's why we call it Febreze, is because it has a scent. Some people just use Febreze. We use Southern Febreze. Problem is, we've had to, with our remodel in the bathroom, we've had to tear up the floor to, drill holes and run pipes and everything. And until we can get that covered, they're going to keep coming in that hole. So it will not crawl over my foot. I'm elevated and I have my feet tucked up underneath me. The judge asks Karen something. Whoa. This is interesting. Somebody just sent me a video of roaches fighting. I don't know who So Sue O'Connell, who was a commentator associated with NBC Boston, is in the courtroom. The judge read something to the lawyers. She's doing all the talking. She's called the sidebar and has asked Karen something. There are very few times the judge talks directly to the client who is represented by lawyers.
Let's bring the jurors in, please.
This camera needs to pan up or else we're going to see jurors because we can see the top of their chairs right there. Just watching, just keeping a lookout. I'm gonna time out Kate for this comment. Just kidding. Jurors entering, fan off. There was a small cut next on the side of his nose, on the left-hand side of his nose.
Please be seated.
Good morning, jurors. So, an issue has come to my attention that is going to make it necessary that I talk to each one of you individually over at Sidebar with counsel. So that process will take a little while. So I'm going to don't speculate as to what I'm going to talk to you about. Please, when you go back to the deliberation room, talk about anything but this case, and I'll see each of you individually. And the process may take the cameras will be shut off, and I'm going to talk to the lawyers about whether we could no filming. All right, send you back, and we'll send you back. Thank you very much.
All right, please.
All right, now I'll see counsel.
So, jurors, I have to ask you these 3 questions and another one. And I'm going to have to ask each one of you individually at Sidebar. Well, what fresh goodness do we have here? We have a problem.
I was told counsel wanted to see me at Sidebar.
Something has come to the judge's attention that requires her to investigate. Cameras are going to be off for probably the next, I'd say at least hour. Did someone look on LinkedIn? The judge told you to be careful with your social media use. She said to be careful. This is terrible. This is terrible at this point in the case. The judge is smiling, but I can tell you she is not happy about this. There is only one possibility here. To talk to each juror individually means there is an allegation or a suspicion that has enough weight to it that a juror did something wrong or something wrong was done in the presence of a juror. I think those are the only 2 things that can happen, and this would be outside of court. Okay, this would not be anything that happened inside court. Anything that happens in court they're allowed to watch and hear and listen to is fine. This is an outside of court issue. And she asked Karen Reed a question. What does that mean for trial? It could be terrible. If for some reason the results of this questioning, and we don't know what it is, okay, this could be something that, did you hear someone shout this as you were leaving the courthouse? it could be a buffer zone violation type thing. Did you observe anything at this occasion or yesterday as you were leaving? Has someone contacted you? Have you? It could be a lot of things. Amber.
Hello.
We're starting off with spice, but we don't get to hear it.
I'm going to take this opportunity to speculate reasonably on what this is about and just do a blanket caution.
Okay.
Debbie, of course I have the deets. Am I going to spoil it? Absolutely not. I know it's been mentioned here. I don't think we've actually shown it on the stream, but I know we've mentioned it. Please do not use trials, public access to cases as a way to make fun of witnesses or companies when it comes to reviews.
Oh, man.
I don't know if the review that was left in jest for Aperture for Shannon Burgess, I don't know who's behind that. I have not been asked to, nor have I actually investigated.
I can tell you it was not Alan Jackson.
It was not Alan Jackson, but we can all understand how that could potentially cause a problem such as this to be had. So let's not do things like that. Just as a blanket statement.
Yeah, we're not that type. But this asking each juror something, this has to be a did you, or did you observe, or did this happen in your presence? I can't think of any other questions. Like, did you see this? Did you access this? Did you talk to this person? Did you hear this shouted? Did you receive an email or a letter? It's going to be those things. Did this happen? If you did, if nothing happens, it's fine. But if a juror has been tainted, there might be a removal of a juror. Not because the juror did something wrong necessarily, but a juror might have, through no fault of their own, been out to lunch, eating lunch, and heard someone on a megaphone thing, shouting something that they're not supposed to know.
Right. And just to calm everybody down in chat, no, nobody's getting scolded. I'm making the intuitive leap that Judge Cannoni had to ask Karen Reed something specifically. Typically, the only thing she can usually ask is if she's willing to move forward with the counsel that she has as planned.
Yeah, unless it's like, are you going to testify, which is her own decision.
Right,
we're not at this point in the trial for that.
We're not there yet. But if you think back to just before 2.0 started, Judge Cannoni actually had to ask Karen Reed if she was waiving any kind of implication of any kind of conflict when it came to Jackson. So where I'm going with this and why I'm cautioning this is that that's something that may have been brought to the judge's attention, and somebody's, going around and posting it, and it was posted in jest as a ha-ha funny type of thing, but people don't seem to understand these are real people with real companies, with real businesses, with real lives, where those things actually reflect poorly on them and can affect something like a judicial case. That was my only point here. So I'll get off now. Nobody's getting scolded. Have a good day, everybody.
Yeah. I think LinkedIn, thanks Amber, by the way. I think Erica Reynolds is probably closer. I think LinkedIn is probably somehow connected to this. LinkedIn, if you pay the right amount of money to LinkedIn, meaning if you're a paid member, you can receive basically who spied on me emails. And it's possible that someone spied on someone's account and they said, I happen to be in one of those positions where I know the names of the jurors and that name looks familiar. from the juror list or something like that. It could be an issue like that where it's like, we think maybe a juror might have done something. So we're going to ask everybody and see what happens. Angela, we've got time for this right now, so now is a great time. Angela, are you there? Hello, Angela. I cannot hear you if you're there. Hello, hello. Did not work. Did not connect. Gabby for Justice says the Ted Danner just reported the judge made everyone leave the courtroom, so no one's going to hear what's going on. This is going to be a big secret until the end. Courtroom cleared, including the press. We're just going to stare at the only fan. A nice tight shot of the only fan. It's crappy to do. People should leave comments only if they've used the company personally. I agree. I hate the whole cancel culture of, hey, I don't like what you stand for, so we're going to ruin everybody financially you're connected to. Angela, why can I not hear you? And plug it in again. Hello, hello. Angela, it says Google Voice Wi-Fi data call, but I'm not getting anything. Like I cannot hear. Can you hear me? Nope. It's not connecting at all. Kpro says, just getting here, what happened? Well, the judge welcomed everybody. Said, good morning, everyone. Something's come to my attention after Sidebar, first of all, where she asked Karen Reed a question, and the judge was doing all the talking. Okay, I'm going to let it ring for a little bit. My volume is up. Everything's turned on. I've got no sound, Angela. I cannot. It will not connect. Might be my phone is dying. I do not know what to do with that. It's just not working. All right. The judge said, I've got something's come to my attention that makes it from. I'm going to have to call each one of you up to Sidebar and talk to you and ask you questions individually to the jury. That's not good. That's not good. I think I'm gonna try one more time, Angela. Let's see if this works. Angela, my phone is not working. I cannot hear anything. Hello? It keeps just saying call ended and drops. I have to give it time. Maybe just release this. The reason she's talking to everybody on the jury, is because there might be a tainted jury issue where multiple people were affected by whatever happened, potentially. This could be... Okay, I'm going to try to take it off air, not plugged in. Hello? Hello? It's my Google Voice, Angela. I'm sorry, I can't take calls right now. I don't know why. I'm going to power cycle my phone and put on the charger. It could mean that it could end the trial if we don't have enough jurors to proceed. That's the problem. If we end up losing jurors from this and we don't have enough jurors to proceed, it could end the trial. Sorry, I had an extra light on that was changing the color in my studio. I didn't like it. We have at least an hour to speculate. We do. All the media has been kicked out of the courtroom. Did you forget to pay your phone bill? No, this is the free phone. Look in Mod Chat if you can. I will try. My phone is dying here. We were told to leave and take all electronic devices with us. Sometimes we leave laptops during recesses. We're not allowed on the second floor where the courtroom is. Whoa. They kicked everybody out and take your crap with you, they said. How much longer was this case supposed to go on? We are probably 3/4 of the way through the trial based on the planned schedule. It was supposed to be about an 8-week trial. Is that right? We're on day 20. We're on day 20 right now. So between half and 3/4. Restart your phone. Hang on, I need a charger before. It's about to go dead. So where are all my plugs? All right, I found one. I think I can plug it into this computer over here and that'll charge it. Okay, we're going to do a quick reboot on the phone as well. I've not turned this phone off in, I don't know, months. All right, a lot of speculation. Everyone kicked out. The media is kicked out. There's nobody there. They kicked out family, audience, stewardess, media, everybody. Everyone's kicked out. The media is not even allowed on that floor. It's freezing here in Massachusetts today. My heat is on. That's why the fan is off. That's why we just have that. Hope they don't take cameras out of the courtroom. I don't think it would be a camera issue. The cameras have been perfect as far as this case is concerned. They've done a perfect job in covering it and following the judge's orders. She says cameras off. It has to be on, or else all the feeds that everyone has that are transmitting will break. So this is considered off for court purposes, with microphone off and the camera locked at the ceiling. It is something big. It is something big, but unfortunately it's something big that might impact the jury, which means, did you hear or see something? Or did you go and search for something? And if you did you talk to somebody on the jury about it? Everyone did get kicked out first thing. Judge started late as well. She was thinking this one over in her chambers for a bit. Let me go back on the replay and see how this went down this morning. Give me a minute to pull that up. It's going slowly this morning. There we go. Big deal. Okay, just a quick replay. Sorry, the computer is, I guess, updating right now. Okay, we're going to go and rewatch this morning from when the cameras first turned on and analyze that just a little bit. So let's give me a workspace, clean feed to HDMI. What? Hang on, I need to move a cable. For some reason this clean feed's not working. Trying to get the replay working. Give me a second here. All right. Nothing happening. Absolutely nothing happening that we know of, but big things are happening in the courtroom. Kevin just got back from a cruise to Alaska. Lots of whales and glaciers to see. Mistrial and Commonwealth will try for a third time to get Karen Reed convicted. We knew something was amiss when the fan wasn't spinning. Does this channel have a referral link to Starlink? I did not see one with the other codes. Aaron, I can probably get you one. Let's see. Oh, my phone's off. Let me try turning it on. I got a magnet mount, roof mount for my Starlink, and a cover so it can be outside, and if road debris and stuff, little rocks and pebbles and stuff won't chip it or hurt it. So going to be using that starting tomorrow. Okay. I can't get my replay to show up. It's the weirdest thing. We're going to do it a different way. Just going to go back and replay it straight from my feed. All right, we're going to take it like this. This is going back and watching from this morning, the feed as it happened. There's a tiny bit of noise on this line, but we'll deal with little pops and cracks.
You are unmuted.
All right, could I see counsel at Sidebar, please?
She did look concerned for sure, walking in. Self-soothing, runs her hands through the hair. She's not excited about this. Nobody... Well, unless he's carrying his notes, so everyone else just walks up not knowing what they're talking about or what's going to happen here.
I was told counsel wanted to see me at Sidebar.
All right, Aaron, I'm not forgetting about you. Hang on just one second. Yes. I'm going to post the code for Aaron. He asked for if we have a referral code for Starlink. What it does when you give a referral code is it gives you a free month and me a free month. So there we go. on one second. Got a call
Call
coming in the
from
middle of that.
Rebecca.
Hey, Rebecca. Hang on, I'm trying to do something on the phone here, so I can try not to hang up on you.
Okay.
Okay, be quick because I have to unplug the phone
While
here.
you're going
Just a
out, I'll turn
second.
down the TV.
What you got?
How much more time is the prosecution going to put on the case?
I don't know. We only know that it was a total of 8 weeks, so we don't know how much the state said was the prosecution was theirs and how much defense says was theirs.
Okay, so my thing is, it's all reasonable doubt. She may have hit him with the truck, but they've done so much corruption and cover-up that they'll never find her guilty for it. So I don't see how any jury can. I say, find something wrong with this jury now, call a mistrial, and be done with it. It's a waste of time.
Oh, they'll do it again then. I think they'll do it again. All right, thank you, Rebecca. Appreciate that, but I think they'll try it again.
Have a good day.
We'll see you. Bye.
Bye.
Okay, Aaron, hold tight. This is the only way I can do this, Aaron. Aaron, do you have your phone? Can you point it at your screen? That's the only way I can do it. This is a QR referral code. And as you can see, I've had 0 people use it, and 0 free months have been received. So I have received nothing from this. But if you do use that QR code and order Starlink, we each get a free month. So, all right. You asked for it. There you go. Risky scan. Says Green's risky scan. You never know. Never know what's going to happen. All right. Phone is charging, so hopefully it'll start working again.
All right, so let's bring the jurors in, please.
Okay. This is what the judge said before. We're watching carefully here. Lots of downward glances from the prosecution. Very animated discussion, Karen pointing.
All right, to the court, jurors enter.
Wow. Wow. Could be threats. Have they received any threats? Lots of possibilities here. You remember when Karen didn't go to the sidebar? Did the jury hear something they said? No, that wouldn't have been it.
Please be seated.
This could be it. This could be something. If the family member says, hey, I've got a family that's on the jury.
So, an issue has come to my attention that is going to make it necessary that I talk to each one of you individually over at Sidebar with counsel. So that process will take a little while. So I'm going to, don't speculate as to what I'm going to talk to you about. Please, when you go back to the deliberation room, talk about anything but this case, and I'll see each of you individually, and the process may take time. The cameras will be shut off, and I'm going to talk to the lawyers about whether we clear the court. No filming. All right, send you back, and we'll come back.
So they are clearing the court.
Now I'll see counsel.
And she goes, now I'll see counsel. So the way she says this, an issue has come to light. An issue has come to light that requires me to talk to each one of you. What this could be, and this, I would say most likely of all the rumors that are out there, is that someone is out there sharing information that that is somehow deemed credible enough to require have you talk to somebody because we've got this information that's leaked out. This is an issue. Didn't something like this happen last trial? A juror had some expressions showing they were citing more on defense and they were let go. There was one that was let go. Brennan and Jackson are talking. A show post yesterday detailing jurors' education and personal LinkedIn usage. I'm not sure about the personal LinkedIn. Okay, I've got to keep my phone charging. So, Amber, hold on just 1 second. Amber, you're on with me, but I can't hear you, and nobody can hear you as well. So, hold on just 1 second. I need to put Bluetooth on. Connect via Bluetooth. Connected.
Katrina, I think.
Okay, I can hear you now. Holy cow! Just got loud. Hey, Amber, how are you doing? Amber?
Good. How are you? Yeah, that was super loud.
Yeah.
That kind of hurt my own ears.
I'm going to turn you way down.
Yeah. Holy cow.
Now there's a class
I'm
action
turn
lawsuit.
myself down on my side too.
Yeah.
So I do have some insight that there is an issue kind of indirectly with somebody on the jury.
Like a family member of
That's
somebody
all
on
I'm
the
going to
jury.
say right now. It kind of something along the same lines as what was posted in chat. Somebody making a post on Facebook.
And just for the record, people make posts on Facebook all the time and say, "Yeah, I'm on the jury. I'm going to convict this person," or "There's no way. I'm going to hold out." You know, the people do that all the time online. Most of them are not credible. It's when they share information that's like, "Whoa!"
Right.
They know.
Right.
They know which room number the jury waits in. Oh. Okay, suddenly we have inside information. That's what would make it credible, and there must be enough that the judge is concerned to say, "Let me ask, let me see if something happened." But
Actually, because I have a different reason for calling.
What's that?
So I saw a lot of questions in chat asking why we have a temporary Discord link. So I'm going to take our downtime to kind of go over that. And Scott, can you send us a screenshot of your QR code thing that you just showed, because it wouldn't scan for some reason. Go take a screen snippet and send it to Mod Chat, pretty please, while I'm talking. Okay. So for those of you who are not familiar with the Discord, as the gavel drops, it's not necessarily a Recovery Addict Discord. It was the stream, or the channel and the Discord server kind of started separate and apart from each other and kind of collaborated in the beginning. Anyhow, if you're having issues accessing the Discord, we did have an issue with a bot that went rogue and mass banned a bunch of people. So if you were once in it and can't get back in it now, we have a form for that, and I just need your username so we can go unban you. However, the reason we have a temporary link is because we lost our permalink on Discord. What that means is the link that we can personalize is no longer available because we lost our boost. Now, Discord is free. It is a free service, but just like with YouTube is free, but you can pay for it if you want to. Same concept. Discord is free, but you can pay for it if you want to, and give things like boost to servers that help with stage capacity, event capacity, file size, upload. We have a huge array of cases over on the Discord server as the gavel drops, and we load everything that we can find on a case. And sometimes these documents are crazy large, and we can't load them all at once because they're too big. So it's something that helps with keeping the resource available for the community. So anyhow, that's all I had to say. It's easier to say that than try and type it. And just and one of these days when Scott doesn't have plans already for the weekend, or still have to do bathroom reconstruction because it's been how long?
Don't look to the future. We are hanging drywall this week. Okay, Once the drywall's up, we paint it,
Impressive.
and then we lay the floor down. Then I put the toilet and yeah,
Wait, when you
we're
say
done.
we, do you mean you included?
It's a group effort. Some people have to lead. Some
group
people
effort.
envision the path. Other people walk the path. I'm more on the envisioning side.
But I do have a couple of things that we need to test out because Scott made a comment earlier about having an avenue for international calls that don't cost y'all an arm and a leg.
Yes. And Discord may be the solution there.
Well, not just that. I might have another alternative solution, even if Discord doesn't work. So, working on it. We just have to be able to collaborate. Yeah. And Scott, listen.
I don't know where the holdup is. So,
me neither.
This is Amber. She's one of our mods, Calypson's Vixen in chat, and one of the owners of the As the Gavel Drops Discord page, which I don't think I'll ever have my own Discord page. I don't want one. I don't do well managing that sort of thing, and they do a really good job managing information. It's a match made in heaven for me because I get all the benefit and none of the drawbacks, and it's really good. So I need to talk to you offline about something as well, but that's about it. I can't talk offline right now, though, because you're linked through Bluetooth, and I can't make that happen. So, Amber, did you hang up on me? Hang on. She went Bluetooth. You disappeared. Try again. I said I need to talk to you offline, and then you disappeared. Are you back? Okay, my elbow might have bumped the button.
I don't have my headphones on anymore, so I can't hear what's being live streamed at the moment. For anybody that's having issues with the Discord, with how to navigate it, or notifications going too much, or whatever the case may be, we do have a great mod team over on the Discord as well who run events to do like the whole walkthrough of share screen and here's how you operate it based off of what device you're using. And we can take that to DMs and one-on-one to kind of help you troubleshoot as well. So don't get frustrated and write the Discord server off entirely. We can help you figure it out and help you learn Discord.
My problem with
I was
Discord,
once a Discord newbie too.
My problem with Discord, and I'll admit this freely, is their login process for when you forget your password is a bear to get through. Oh my goodness, you've got to have taken a screenshot of some weird code, one of 12 codes that you can use once, and then they disappear. Yeah, well, it's like, make me a new account. I'll get a new email. I don't know how to do that. So, I would be terrible with the Bitcoin wallet for that very reason.
Only you. But yeah, the notifications are not something that you have to keep on. They can be turned off. So for those who go crazy with notifications, I understand there's a way to fix it.
Yeah. I just wish it would let me stay logged in on my device that I've got biometric passcodes on. So
we'll talk about that later.
Okay. All right. Thank you. All right. We'll see you, Amber.
Goodbye, everybody.
Bye. Hang on. We've got a call. Just 1 second. Trying to get the sound. Hey, this is RA. Who's on the phone?
This is Tamara Wheat.
Hey, Tamara. How are you doing?
I'm doing well, Mr. RA. This is my very first time to call in on anybody's YouTube or radio station or anything. I don't have anything to say about the trial. I just wanted to say that I think you are the coolest YouTuber ever. I watch your stuff. I don't participate in the chat too much. I just kind of read it and listen to what's going on. You're so interesting and you're so well-rounded. Like, you're smart and you know how to you have the best sound of anybody on YouTube that covers court cases.
Well, I've
your
fooled you
wife
thoroughly.
could do.
So,
Yeah,
at least on the smart part.
I'm 100%. no, 100%. You're smart and you're interesting, and your wife could she could do anything with her voice. She has a perfect voice for radio, for TV, for reading books, for anything. Your wife and your wife is really sweet, and I love it when you have her on. So since we had a little bit of downtime, I just thought I would call in and say something to you.
Well, Tam, thank you very much. I can call you Tam, right? Because I saw your caller ID.
Yes, sir.
So I know that's your nickname.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Those are very kind words. I think very generous, kind words, and I appreciate that. I love what I do. I definitely am not the smartest brain in the room, but I do learn from some great people, and every day I walk away saying, I learned something today, and it was because I didn't know it before, and somebody taught me. So thank you. I appreciate that. And the fact that you say I'm cool, I'm gonna check that in the win category for the day. So appreciate that.
You're welcome.
All right. We'll see you, Tam. Thanks for the call.
Okay.
Bye.
You're welcome. Bye-bye.
That was nice. That was nice. Thank you, Tam. Let's see. We have, Angela, if you want to try now. Let's see if we can get this to work. It's sort of tentative. It's charging, and it seems to be functioning properly. So, sweet message for sure. Greener says, I'm suspicious. No on the internet is nice. There. Here we go. Angela, hang on. Wait for it. Angela, are you there?
Yes.
Yes, it worked. Okay.
Yes, I'm here, finally.
Sorry about all the problems with my phone. What's on your mind? We've got some time now, so tell us your thoughts.
We got some time. It's, according to the sources on the X from the court, it will take at least an hour to go through the old jurors. So, we have, just so everyone knows about the timeline, it has been reported from several people inside the courtroom. Back to the taillight before we go on to the jurors. You know what would be, this information I could not find anywhere on the internet. And trust me, I tried to find it. When you break the red plastic on the taillight, I'm curious as to how much is space between the red taillight and the diffuser.
Angela, this is a great idea. I'm wondering if a lot of people have broken a taillight before, right? Even one of these taillights. There are a lot of people who are better equipped than me than running an experiment on how to break a taillight. Perhaps I should dissect it, and use just like a cutting saw to cut the edges and take apart the pieces in full chunks, just so we can see how it works, without being it's destructive. Anything we do is going to be destructive, but maybe just
also
take it apart.
If you decide to measure the distance between the red plastic and the diffuser, you also measure how thick the red plastic is, because that's also another thing I cannot find.
The thickness of the plastic.
There's like approximate / what?
The thickness of the red lens.
Yes.
That's a great idea. That would have to match up with at least like the thickness of some injuries, right? You'd think that those two would sort of correlate.
Yeah, and also, I talked about the tensile strength, as in how hard you have to hit something to break it, and it usually is the area of the surface of the area, but also you have to count in the fact how thick that whatever you're breaking is, not just how big it is, but also how thick it is. Although I don't think it makes a huge difference, but it is still nice to see how thick that is. And I cannot find anywhere. I see only like approximate, or like all the taillights in the world, and then divided by however many taillights they counted, like medium thickness.
I'm not sure if you can see this very well. Let me see if I can make the focus a little bit better, Angela. This taillight, So I move my non-sponsored Deer Park water out of the way. This taillight, you can see the red lens here at the top, and then you can see a layer a little bit further down that's a little bit darker. It's nearly, I would say, 3/4 of an inch between the red lens and the white diffuser at this angle. Can you see right there, right?
Yeah.
Like right where my eye is. My right eye is just at the lens of the level of that lens. So there is an air gap between the two.
Yeah.
But I'm trying to see where the seams
based on how you show it, it feels like it is different. Not everywhere is the same distance between the diffuser and the red plastic.
Right. It changes. Like it's obviously very narrow over here, a small gap, which I mean like an 1/8 of an inch expanding up to nearly an inch. I'd say 3/4 of an inch. And right here at this ridge, the line between the white and the red, there is a support structure that appears to go maybe all the way up to the red, if not just very close to it. So.
Also, now that you show me, I am also seeing that Jennifer McCabe said how the metal pieces were sticking out. I remember when whoever showed the taillight when they removed it from the car. I don't remember seeing any metal sticking out.
Okay, so what I've seen from my observation of this, looking at the white taillight, there are 2 rows of LEDs. You can see, if you look from the bottom, there are a couple LEDs here, and then up further, there are a couple LEDs there. They appear to be mounted on at least something that has a chrome type finish. I don't know if it is metal or if it's just a chromed plastic, but that would be, if you get through the white lens and get through the white diffuser, because there's a white diffuser under that as well, that's where the closest metal looking piece is on the taillight, and that is in the area that was supposedly broken out. So it's possible that could be it.
Yeah, it's also, I see several people pointed out it is all plastic. It is not normal plastic. It's polycarbonate plastic. It's very durable plastic that is used on, among other places, Antarctica. So it has to be strong in order to survive in that environment.
Yeah. And this part right here, this is deadly. I mean, you could kill somebody with this corner. It is razor sharp. But this part was not broken. It was left on the car. This was still there. That's the only sharp part that exists without breaking it.
Yeah, but okay, the reason you said, I asked you to measure the distance and the thickness, but also, and here is something. I mean, if we compare the thickness of the red pieces to the approximate thickness approximate wide. The Emmy said approximation of how wide and how long and how wide are the wounds on John's arm, and we can see if they fit. But they also she did not. I don't remember. Maybe. But I don't remember like pictures where she measured it, and it's like it feels like she did something. She did it after the fact, because in the last trial it was not mentioned.
Yeah, I don't know. I think you've inspired me to dissect this, so we can take it apart. There are smarter brains than me who have tried to break this and recreate the actual crash. And since I don't know how the crash happened or if it happened, my best guess is probably not going to match. So I think
I love to do experiments, so I am kind of like pulling you also into that world. Like, let's test everything.
I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 Phillips head screws. Let's start with that. While we're in break, let's take this apart. Let's do this now because we've got some time. Hang on 1 second.
Yes.
I paged my child.
Don't forget.
I need
Don't forget
a toolkit, like a screw gun with a Phillips screw. You know my drill?
Don't forget the measure tape so you can measure.
And a measuring tape. So, yeah, he's going to get me my Ryobi drill, not a sponsor.
It is 18 jurors. It's 18 jurors.
18
and
jurors.
Approximately, approximation for each juror is 5 minutes. So that's why between 1 and 1.5 hours would it take to interview everyone.
And plus, they're brought in one at a time, and the others can't hear, so they're all waiting in the room. It's like, okay, now get the next one. Now get the next one. This taillight, not sure if you can see very well, but where the wiring comes out, there's an adhesive foam sticker, a thick sticker that sort of protects the cable. I'm going to take that off. It's like rat trap glue, is what it is. It's very, very sticky.
Play with that? While you play with that, I hope that I don't know if Commonwealth would do that. They should, because they should explain the injuries on John's arms and connect that as to allegedly how she hit him. But here's what I have a problem. Among others, like, how do you connect the taillight to his arm? But how the staggering pattern of how the taillight staggered, even with brake blower, broken few glass things in the last few days, and not by
you just accidentally
it was an accident.
Yeah, you throw stuff around. Is what
it wasn't. Yeah, it was an accident. It wasn't like deliberate, because if it was deliberate, I would have like set an area and maybe measured and so on.
And certain
but
people would be injured.
And no injuries. But I noticed how the taillight piece, the glass pieces, stayed right there where the glass piece. Actually, it was like a glass jar that I broke. They stayed. The pieces stayed right there where the jar. A few may have wandered off to the side, but they stayed right there. And Commonwealth wants us to believe that the taillight pieces scattered over 50 square feet or whatever.
A pretty sizable area.
Yeah.
Hang on, I think we've got it apart.
And the one
we got
so yeah, that also, and that also when you counting how the taillight pieces scattered, and then you put in that you put in also the John's arm, those, and then you put also in a car. When you all add all of those things together, things does not add up. God knows I have done way too many, a lot of scattering experiments, but it's a very popular topics to do in school here, at least, and both on laptops, as in particles and so on, and like actual scattering. And there is a way to predict how something can scatter, and there is a way how to not predict, and those are like obvious and not obvious stuff, like wind can impact how like in this case, wind can impact how taillight scatters. Yes, but not to a degree that it scatters over a huge area, Also, I looked up 50 square feet is about 25 meters. No, I don't remember the exactly, but yeah, but the way I calculated, translated to meters, from the front door to the street of the 34th area, it is 17 meters.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, it's
So
it's a big area, and then where did all the glass go? I mean, we only found plastic. We've got the base, but no glass.
Hold on. Here is something. So 17 meters is from the front yard to the street, and according to Commonwealth, basically, taillight pieces were found in that 17 meters area, based on like square footage that they searched and where they found the taillight pieces.
Yeah.
You know?
It's interesting. There's a lot to think about here that just doesn't add up, that I need more answers to. But Angela, I'm going to focus on the taillight here for a little bit and see if I can get some work done while we're waiting for the jury to come back.
Yes, sorry. Sorry about the very long phone call.
Oh, you're good. Good talking to you. Thank you very much. We'll see you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye. All right. I think we're good there. This is what I found on the taillight. Oh. That was the garbage truck driving by my house. Driving by my house. Not stopping and picking up our garbage, because our garbage is not out at the street. Apparently, that last 10 feet from the side of the road to where they sit, the garbage man can't do that. So this is what I found. The taillight is sealed. It's... hang on. All right, garbage is out. We're good. The taillight is sealed around the edges. So I've got white plastic and red plastic that is melted to the frame, the inner frame of the taillight, all the way around. It makes a full seal. So what I'd probably do is cut the black of the frame using a vibrating saw. And just cut that off, and then I'll just have taillight remaining, I think. That's my idea. Let's see if there's something under here. Oh, yeah, there's got to be something. There's a sticker, I think a waterproofing sticker here. Let's see if we can get that off. Oh, it's a vent. Sure what that's for. It's like electrical tape. You can heat it and pull it apart. I don't have a heater. It would need like an industrial blow dryer and plastic. I mean, this is not just like rubber cement. This is like melded polycarbonate plastic. The two sides are pressed. Actually, I'm quite impressed with how tight it is. There's no give whatsoever. There's no cracks. There's no area for moisture even to get in, even down at the very point. Amazon can same day deliver one. I'd probably get it from Harbor Freight before I bought one from Amazon, because I probably won't ever use it again in my life, so cheap works. I've taken off everything that I possibly can take off, with the exception of cutting the wires to the taillight. And I do have red, yellow, green, blue, black, and white wires that go to the taillight in a housing. So, let's see. Got another vent with sticker over. I wonder if this vent's used to dry them out if moisture gets in for some reason. They've got these vents covered with electrical tape. Only two of them. Now it's open. I don't want to use a reciprocal saw here in the office. But I'm seeing 3 rumors and lots of speculation about the issue. That's all we have right now is rumors. We don't know. What could it have been that they had to ask Karen about it? Probably a big decision about how to go forward with the case. Might even be mistrial size issue. I think it would probably be a mistrial size issue. Do you agree with your lawyer's decision to do this? And I think the decision is to go forward. I think that's what the lawyer said, but they have to find out how bad it is. go forward. If they already knew that it was so bad they had to call the case and wanted a mistrial. Hello, Chris, Trial TV Live.
Press 1.
Hang on.
To send a voicemail, press 2.
Hang on. Wait. Chris, are you there?
Yes. Hello, how are you?
Hey, this is Trial TV Live on the phone with us live. How are you doing, Chris?
Good. Hey, if I may be so bold and add another thing to your plate.
Yeah, you're on live. You're live on the air, so just heads up. Go ahead.
Okay, cool. Thank you. So I watched the first trial. I'm not really watching the second one, but I'm trying to pop in here and there. How was John discovered initially in the snow? Do you know for sure, or have they actually said that?
Well, they said he was laying on his back, and that there was ice that had formed, and water had pooled and formed into ice on his eyes. But we also heard during the 911 call that they just rolled him over, and I'm not sure if that rolled him over is because they were trying to do CPR and he was sputtering from fluids that were in his throat or lungs or something like that, not breathing, but the escaping air would make it sound like he was choking. So they said we know that they just rolled him over, but everyone reports he was found on his back. So
now, do you know where his arms were? Were his arms at his side, behind him, underneath him, on top? Do we know that?
I have not heard anything about that.
Okay. All right. So here's an experiment that I have always wanted to try, but since you're doing experiments, I thought I'd just, throw one more thing on your plate. Should you choose to accept.
Yes.
Take a rag doll. Okay, so he theoretically got hit, spun around, and was tossed 30 feet or so. Think about a body that is tossed any amount of feet. Even if you fall down the stairs, you're not going to land on your back with your arms to your side. So an experiment that I've always wanted to try, and again, I'll throw this out to you if you want to do it, like take a rag doll and hit it with a bat and see how it lands. It's not going to land on its back with its arms to its side. It's going to land all crumply and leg underneath and arm all twisted. Like, what do you think?
First of all, my daughter would not approve of me doing this with any of her dolls, so I'd have to go to the store or order one. But yes, a body when struck, specifically when struck, falls terribly. Look, I mean, even professionals in sports, as soon as there's an impact, right, they don't maintain the tuck and roll type thing. We're talking. It's suddenly it's arms and legs and yard sale. Everything goes flying every which direction. And if you're unconscious, if it knocks you unconscious, you stay in that position. If you're conscious through it, then of course you're gonna gather yourself and get yourself back together that way. But this type of injury was the way that Commonwealth talks about it. It smashed in the back of his skull. Okay. There's no consciousness here, so he should have been found like a rag doll in whatever position, and the odds of him being found perfectly supine, arms at his side, in the anatomical palms up, very, very, very low chance of that for sure.
Yeah, I mean, I just keep trying to wrap my head around this, and that's there's so many things that defy logic and physics, and that's just one thing that I just can't imagine being tossed, again, by their theory, the state theory, being tossed into the air 30 feet, and you land on your back with your arms somehow on your chest, by your side.
On your phone.
It just doesn't make sense. Yeah, on your phone, right, all of that. So anyway, that's my 2 cents. Again, I'm tossing it out there to you. It's a mission should you choose to accept.
So after I hit the baseball bat against the taillight, I then have to grab one of my daughter's dolls and film that. That would go viral for sure. Chris, it's always good talking to you. Great friend of the channel. We need to do more together. Thank you very much for your help. And
absolutely
onward and upward.
All right.
Thank you. We'll see you, man.
Scott. Take care. Have a good one. Okay, bye.
If you haven't subscribed to Trial TV Live, they are a great channel that is dedicated to transparency in the courtroom, and they follow a whole bunch of court cases and bring them to you on their channel. Sometimes they follow the same court cases we do. We joined together to do the Sarah Boone trial. I sent equipment, and they sent the personnel and the knowledge behind it to run our equipment down there at Courtroom to get us the feed from there. Trial TV Live is wonderful. You can find that they just this simple on YouTube. Trial TV Live, definitely worth a follow there. Subscribe as well. Let's see. Daffy, good to have you here. Daffy, did I answer your question yesterday? You had a question about how I highlight things or something. Hopefully you got to see that question. If I didn't answer it, now's a good time to do it. So we've got just a few minutes. Any other questions we can answer? Alexis can only back up at 11 miles per hour. Janet, from my research on the Lexus, there's a period from up to 11 miles an hour, the reverse auto braking system functions, but over that, it's disabled. It can't function over that speed. So I think it can physically reverse faster than that, but it just exceeds the capabilities of the auto braking feature, which would normally stop you from making a collision if you were to back into somebody. Let's see. Was Ivan that pointed out hitting a deer at 24 miles per hour would mess up your car? That was a great point, but I'm sure the defense has more than looked into. But just thinking about that, 24, yeah. A deer is actually very similar in weight, although the mass is sort of, dispersed differently. Very similar in weight to a human. Bone structure is a little different, things like that. But for those who have had the unfortunate experience of having a deer try to cross the road in front of your vehicle, it does substantial damage to the front end. But you have to understand, the front end of a vehicle is where most collisions occur, and they are designed differently. They're designed to take an impact, to crumple, to cushion, and to crumple and fold. They're soft and squishy up front. That's what cars are. They're soft and squishy up front. The back, less so. The back is designed to prevent somebody from crashing through the back of you and crushing the passenger compartment that way. It's a different way of building the car. And I mean, this taillight. This taillight's fairly substantial. I'm sure the frame, with the frame in the back of the car and everything else, there's more passenger frame right at the back end of the car than there is at the front end. Let's see. Or comments, just super chat. Staffy, let me see your question. I need Tony Stark to make me a PC chair. I figured it out. Comments in the comments thingy. Okay. All right. Wonderful. Good. You got your answer. I didn't sleep well last night, worried that you were sitting there without an answer. Send a Recovery Addict to driving school to test rear acceleration. I used to do this, not in a Lexus, but I can drive backwards really well. I learned how to do that when I wanted to do donuts in the snow in the front wheel drive vehicle. Court noise or home noise in the background? A little of both. This is court. And I've got home noise because my door's open and people are in here talking. Pamela can attest the damage deer causes to a vehicle. I was at scout camp and a car hit a deer, a motorcycle, a Harley hit a deer, and messed up the Harley pretty good. And the deer did not survive that one. But the driver was okay. The rider was okay. He was scraped up a bit. But how many people have reversed into a deer? I would say that number is almost zero. Do you have a buzzer for the little RAs? No, I just mute my mic and I just holler. Like this. They're going to close the door, so we'll get less audio from them. Okay, my son's squad car got hit by a horse years ago. It came through the windshield, but thankfully didn't hurt him. Oh, my goodness. One of the terrible things about hitting a large animal like that is if they're injured and not incapacitated, them thrashing around can hurt you and them even more. It's hard to get them to stay calm while they get extricated from a car. How many people have run into a person? I've never had a collision with a pedestrian. All mine have been with other cars. So, Squeegee of Justice, thank you. That is Chris from Trial TV Live, known as the Squeegee of Justice. Let's see. Moose accidents. Moose accidents are not accidents. I think on the moose side, it's on purpose. Nobody wants to hit a moose, but sometimes the moose wants to hit you. See, Dog Lover says, I know it's probably not going to go to that, but do you know what it would take to get a mistrial with prejudice from juror misconduct? Yes, it would take a tainted jury. It would take having, because if one juror misbehaves, that's it, you're off. And jurors, I've never seen a juror get charged criminally. Maybe I think there was a juror that took pictures that got in trouble in the Young Thug case or something. I think there was a juror there that got into trouble. But usually jurors, if they get into trouble, the worst that can happen is you get kicked off the jury pool. You get sent home early. But if you cross the line of alternates, like where you no longer have enough, you've used all your alternates because you've dismissed that many jurors, and I think we have 6 here, right? Thank you, nothing like it. They have 6 extra jurors here. If you have 7 jurors that have to be dismissed because of conduct, whether they were discussing the case together beforehand, they'd reached their conclusion, they were talking about it, whatever it was, a little group of them got together and did that, then they'd all have to be dismissed. And if you don't have enough for that 12-person jury, then or 6, depending on which state and what the charge is. I think it's 12 here. Then that is a mistrial. The court is over. There's no, well, let's just grab a new jury pool. It's start over from scratch, because you need to have a juror who sat through all of court and all of testimony. You can't just bring a new one in now and say that, well, they'll fill you in. It would be over then. Let's see. Hey, Mrs. R.A., how you doing? What? I haven't got any calls. Do you want to call them? Okay. Okay, burner phone's out of commission for a minute. It's halfway charged now. Trying to get our car that we need to drive across the country in. Second question, is it too much of a coincidence that a problem with a juror happens just after a horrible state witness?
Okay. I found this on the web for AMCO.
I'm just going to unpair my phone. There, that way we're not going to hear Mrs. R.A.'s phone call to the auto shop. AMCO, not a sponsor, although they should be with how much money we've given them for our car. Thanks, Siri, nobody asked you. Will the court records reflect publicly what this was about? Possibly when this is all over, everything would be unsealed. Everything that's on the record. I don't know. There would, if this ends in a mistrial right now, there would be some sort of a closure. It's not just, you don't just, delete the file, next case. There would be some sort of closure publicly. Something would come out that would happen. Probably a judge's statement that would have less information than we wanted, but more than we have now. What were you looking for on the web? The phone number for the auto shop that our car is at currently. Let's see. Cameron says, RA, for your information, I'm a UAB graduate with a bachelor's degree in engineering, also attending junior college in Alabama. Every graduate's automatically gets in at UAB. So a graduate degree gets you in automatically. I saw something online that that Mr. Shannon Burgess's name, or a name that was identical to his, appeared on a commencement announcement as someone getting a degree a number of years ago. And I'm not sure why you would show up on the commencement and not have your degree, and if so, why this many years later? I mean, life gets in the way, but I thought I was going to finish in 2022. I thought I was going to finish in 2024. I thought I was going to finish, in 2025. At some point, you have to take the classes to finish. Is he taking the classes? Let's see. Carrot Bringer says, wait, I'm sorry, just tuning in. There was more shenanigans. A juror did the naughty. Potentially Carrot Bringer. Either a juror did the naughty or someone did the naughty around a juror and a juror saw it. We know there's an issue has come to the judge's attention, which means there's a problem. Generally, when you're asking the jury about the problem, it's not something that happened in open court. It would be something that happened outside of court that would seem to implicate the jury. So this is somebody's posted something about the case that should not be publicly known. Somebody's posted something about the jury that should not be publicly known. And if they're asking the jury about it, it would stand to reason that whoever posted it might have gotten the information from the jury. That's why we're asking the jury a lot of questions, or one particular question, each one at a time at Sidebar. We have movement, possibly. Let's keep an eye on Twitter to see what's happening when the media is allowed back in. Let's see here. Court's cleared. Talking to each jurors with lawyers present. Don't know anything what the issue is. It could be something different. I think it could even be something like, if, say, for instance, there was a threat, right? There was a general threat made to jury members. It's possible that the jury members would be questioned to say, this has occurred. Are you comfortable proceeding? Right? This has occurred. Are you comfortable proceeding? Or would you like to be excused at this time? Do you have any plans on covering the next Darrell Brooks trial? Oh my goodness, I don't think I can take any more of Attorney Brooks in court. Veritas, like the name, Veritas 0035 says, Recovery Addict, like the Sarah Boone trial, there were people in an outdoor common area talking about domestic abuse. Jurors walked by during lunch. Judge had to question them about it. It could be that. But they've been very careful with this jury, like very, very careful. And this, when the judge says it's come to my attention, this wasn't something the jurors brought to her, right? This wasn't, we have a note, and one juror come to the sidebar and talk, and now we'll bring all of you in. It's not like that. We've seen that in other cases where one juror says, Judge, I have something to tell you. This is something from outside. Everyone's being let back in court. We might be done already. Let's see. Let's check some of the court watchers to see what we have there. Hey, I turned off Bluetooth, so I didn't. Siri's like, okay, let me help you with that. Any news? Okay. Awesome. All right. Latest and greatest. I'm not seeing them get back in court yet. Curtains cleared. I'm not seeing them back in court yet. Is tomorrow a half day? It is. It was supposed to be a half a day. Little half a day tomorrow, which works well for me because I'm driving. Well, we are driving. Who can I follow on X to see the updates? Kimbers, Ohio. A good one who, Sue O'Connell is a commentator, not a reporter, is her username. Sue O'Connell with an apostrophe, O-C-O-N-N-E-L-L. Onnell. She is affiliated with NBC 10 as a commentator. And she's there in the courtroom, has been every day. I think she's got like a family pass to this. That's why she's not a reporter. Let's see, Ted Daniels has been there. The actual media personnel. Oh, the fan has started. It's getting hot in here. The fan has been fired up. Just got on. Marlene, what's happening right now is the court is on recess. Let's see if I can get this phone to work this time.
Call from Shelley.
Hey, Shelley. This is RA. How are you doing? You're live on the air.
I'm doing good. I was calling. We were talking earlier about injuries from being hit by a car.
Yeah.
When I was a teenager, I was hit by a car that was stopped at a stoplight, and I was crossing the street. And they started into the intersection on a red light and hit me. I went up on the hood, rolled off the side of the car, and all I remember is getting off the ground. And that was very slow speed, and I still had bruises everywhere. Headache for a couple days.
Yeah. So you didn't stick the landing, right? You didn't get the 10.0.
I did not. I don't even remember the landing.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Hopefully that now that that's far enough in the past, you can sort of laugh at the funny parts there. I don't mean to poke fun at that at all. But yeah, even a slow speed accident can do a lot of damage. My question is, if for some reason he died immediately on impact, like dead on impact type thing, would him being dead prevent any bruising from occurring? Because there's no blood pumping, right?
Well, it depends on how long it takes your heart to stop. Because if you relate it to wringing the neck of a chicken, you take the brain away, but the chicken doesn't stop moving for a while, right?
It runs around for a while. So I hear. We used to raise chickens.
So it takes a minute for all of your organs to actually stop, even though you're no longer there.
I'll tell you, I've never personally wrung the neck of a chicken, but the goose that we caught over in England and stuffed in the backpack after we wrung its neck flapped for quite a while, even while the officer was talking to us. We were for sure we were going to get busted, but
yeah. So it takes a little bit for your organs to stop, but once they do stop, the cold might make it a quicker thing. Mm-hmm. But I'm sure there's going to be some kind of bruising.
Yeah.
Because even after you die, if you relate it to the Lori Vallow thing, her husband had the pooling where his blood ran too.
Right. So the blood is still liquid inside the body and does, settle.
And until it finds a low spot, it's still moving.
Yeah. But not necessarily a bruise. Oh, we have court. We've got to go.
Okay.
All right. Thanks. Bye. Okay, we might get an answer, or we might just proceed with the next witness. And big sigh from the judge. I'm going to count that one. Fan is off.
Please be seated.
All right, so jurors, I still have a couple of questions for you. Were you able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? And we've discussed the other two questions, but I do need to stress for you that it's very, very important that no one discuss this case. Don't let anyone talk to you about the case. No comments about the case. You've seen how hard the lawyers have worked to pull this case together for you, and everybody's given it so much time. So please let's make sure that we follow that. That means each other. So With that, I know we're late getting started. We're going to take an abbreviated lunch today, only 30 minutes, and abbreviated breaks. So no morning break. We're going to start now and go till 1. All right, Mr. Brennan, and we're taking a witness out of order. I apologize. We've got a witness here. Sometimes we take witnesses out of order. Ms. Hanley will be back later for the rest of her testimony, but we've got a witness here that we'll call out of order. Thank you,
Okay,
Mr.
so
Brennan.
she told us.
Thank you, Your Honor. The Commonwealth calls Dr. Wolf.
She told us what the issue was. Have you talked to anyone else about this? Has anyone talked to you? Be careful with your use on social media. They lost a juror. Only 17 returned. One is gone.
Stand up, step up. Face the clerk. Raise your right hand, please.
Do you solemnly swear the evidence given to the court and jury in the case now and hearing to the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do. Thank you.
Good morning, Doctor.
Good morning.
All right, whenever you're ready, Mr. Brennan.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury, spell your first name and last name for the court reporter?
Sure. My first name is Isaac, A-I-Z-I-K. It's phonetic. Last name is Wolf, W-O-L-F, like the real thing.
What do you do for a living?
I'm a brain surgeon.
Is there a special part of medicine that you study?
The brain.
Well, my main interest in brain surgery is brain tumors and trigeminal neuralgia. But I also specialize in movement disorders. I do pediatrics and adults.
Are you an active working neurosurgeon?
I am very active working neurosurgeon. I get up every day at 4:30 in the morning to go to work, 5 days a week. I take call 300 days out of 365 days a year.
Did you work yesterday?
Yes, I did.
What type of work did you do yesterday?
I did 2 brain surgeries yesterday.
Are you working tomorrow?
I have 4 surgeries scheduled for tomorrow, which is why this is a little bit delayed for me, and I have 4 on Friday.
And what type of surgeries do you have tomorrow and Friday?
I have 3 brain tumors, 1 trigeminal neuralgia, and on Friday I have 4 patients with movement disorders.
You're here today as a witness. How much of your practice, how much percent of your income is from being a consultant or a witness for a case?
Probably less than 1%. I don't do this for a living.
I want you to take us through some of your education and background. Could you share with us where you went to medical school and where you graduated from?
I went to Yale Medical School. I graduated summa cum laude.
Was that in 1981 that you graduated?
Correct.
After medical school, did you begin internships in medical residency?
I did an internship at Hennepin County Medical Center, which is a trauma center in Minneapolis. I then did 5 years of neurosurgical residency at the University of Minnesota.
And was that in Minnesota?
Correct, in Minneapolis.
Is there something about that hospital that has some specialty?
It was one of the #1 training centers for chairmen in neurosurgery at the time.
Did you, in your residency and in your fellowships, do any work or study in pathology?
During your residency as a neurosurgical resident, you do 6 months in neurology, you do 3 months of neuroradiology, you do 3 months in pathology, which includes autopsies on brains, and then you do rotations through a trauma center as a chief resident, through a VA hospital, and then ultimately at the university hospital for elective cases. We also do 6 months of pediatric neurosurgical residency.
Did you do a fellowship at New York University?
Yeah, at NYU, I did a fellowship before I went to the University of Maryland as a professor in brain transplantation. The interest was in using cells to create dopamine centers in rat brains with the concept of Parkinson's being curable with transplantation.
I'd like you to take us through some of your faculty positions, and so you can share with us some of the progression of your training and experience. Did you begin at the University of Maryland Hospital?
Yes. In 1987, the University of Maryland recruited me to start their epilepsy surgical program and skull-based program. And then part of our responsibilities as assistant professors was to cover shock trauma.
Could you explain for us what shock trauma means and whether the University of Maryland Hospital was a shock trauma hospital?
So the University of Maryland and shock trauma were actually two separate entities when I started. A man named Cowley had basically developed the concept of the golden hour. So prior to Dr. Cowley, most trauma was just taken locally. That meant as a community hospital, if a patient had been in a motor vehicle accident, they needed an orthopedic surgeon, they had to call the orthopedic surgeon in. Could take 15 minutes, could take 3 hours. The same thing for a vascular surgeon, the same thing for a neurosurgeon. Dr. Cowley came up with the concept that you needed a center that was strictly for trauma, and every attending had to be in the hospital 24/7. So that was the concept of shock trauma back in the 80s. When I got there, we were transitioning from a very small center
All the
to a
jurors
125-bed hospital that was completely committed to trauma.
We didn't lose any
In
jurors.
that
They're all there.
experience, in the years you worked there, did you have an opportunity to treat a number of people with brain injuries?
We treated well over 100 patients a year, a month basically, with brain injuries at shock trauma, along with spinal cord injuries.
Did you perform surgeries in different types of brain trauma and brain injuries?
Yes.
After Maryland in 1993, did you move to Miami Neuroscience Center?
Yes. In 1993, I left academics. I went into private practice in Miami, and I started the Miami Neuroscience Center. We were the first private community hospital to have what's called the Gamma Knife. So we were the 13th in the country, but the only one that was non-university based. And Gamma Knife radiosurgery is using radiation to operate on the brain.
Are you presently the director of the Miami Neuroscience Center at Larkin Hospital?
Yes, I am.
Do you conduct a number of surgeries a year there?
Correct. So I spent 19 years at Doctors Hospital, then we moved to Larkin Hospital 13 years ago, developing the new radiosurgical unit called ZAP, and also another fancy machine called high-frequency ultrasound to treat the movement disorders.
You've noted that you have a number of professional memberships. I don't want to go through all of them. I'd like to point out a few. Are you a professional member of the American Association of Neurological Surgeons?
Yes.
Are you a member, a fellow American of the College of Surgeons?
Yes.
Are you a member of North American Skull-Base Society?
Yes.
And is that brain-related?
It is.
Are you a member of the Society for Neuro-Oncology?
Yes.
Are you a member of over, or at least 34 different professional memberships?
Yes.
In your career, have you engaged in research?
Yes.
Has that research focused or centered on brain injury?
Yes, it has.
Is some of your research as a principal investigator for THAM treatment of brain tissue, acidosis, and severely head-injured patients?
Yes.
Did that research and as a principal investigator help you in your diagnosis and treatment of brain injuries?
It actually was in the treatment of severe head injuries, patients who were unconscious, the concept of trying to relieve the increased intracranial pressure that occurs from the injury and to increase blood flow, thereby increasing oxygen to the brain.
Did you also serve as principal investigator for research for the PEG, SOD, and severe head injury?
Yes.
Could you describe that very briefly?
Basically the same, one of the biggest problems in brain injury is the fact that blood flow ceases to exist as the brain swells up. And so one of the things we try to do is preserve the neurons by making sure that they have enough oxygen and blood flow to them. All these are agents that try to assist that.
I won't go through all of your research and principal investigator roles, but I want to ask you about one more. And that is, did you serve as principal investigator relative to the IRB protocol for brain pathology?
Yes.
And what did that do? What was that about?
It was about looking at what happens after a brain injury to blood vessels and tissue as the intracranial pressure increases in the brain.
Have you been part of publications of a number of different books.
Yes.
I won't list parts of all 16 books, but can I point out a few?
Sure.
Were you the author of a book chapter regarding head injury, difficult medical management?
Yes.
Were you the author of a book chapter on pediatric neurosurgical emergencies?
Yes.
Were you the author of a book chapter on complications of head injuries in adults?
Yes.
Were you an author of a book chapter, Imaging of Craniocerebral Trauma?
Yes.
Were you an author of a book chapter in Emergency Room Assessment of the Head Injury Patient?
Yes.
Were you the author of a book chapter, Intracranial Injuries?
Yes.
I won't list or ask you about the other book chapters that you've been the author of. Have you been involved in journal articles?
Yes.
I'd like to ask you just about a few of the 70 journal articles that you have published.
Your Honor, objection.
So go ahead and ask the question without a comment first.
Were you an author of a journal article, Intracranial Pressure in Non-Traumatic Ischemia and Hypoxic Cerebral Insults?
Yes.
Butchered that.
Were you the author of a journal article, Post-Traumatic Cerebral Infarction?
Yes.
Were you the author of
copy and paste
the journal Fractures of the Clivus?
Yes.
Could you tell me a little bit about that paper?
We used thin-cut CT scans to identify fractures of the skull base. Prior to CT scans, it was very difficult to actually identify radiologically a skull fracture with plain X-rays. The idea was to see if we could identify them more clearly, and so we classified them and delineated them in the paper and discussed the outcomes that were relative to those type of injuries.
In the last journal article I'll ask you about, were you the author of a journal article regarding acute traumatic midbrain hemorrhage?
Yes.
Were you the presenter in a number of presentations regarding head injury and brain injury?
Yes.
You've listed 93. I'll ask you just about a few. Were you a presenter in fractures of the clivus, clinical and radiographic features?
Yes.
Am I pronouncing that correctly?
Clivus.
Thank you. Were you the presenter in acute head injury?
Yes.
And a separate presentation, fractures of the clivus, classifications and clinical features?
Yes.
Do you lecture?
Yes.
Do you have peer-reviewed publications?
Yes. That was one of them.
Thank you. And are you heavily involved in clinical research?
Right now, my research is more based on radiosurgical techniques and outcomes.
Over your career and your study and your clinical experience, have you treated different types of brain injuries?
Yes.
Are you familiar with a number of different types of brain injuries?
Yes, we still treat them.
Were you asked to review materials relative to this case?
Yes.
And do you recall the materials that you reviewed?
Yes.
Could you share with us some of the materials that you reviewed?
I reviewed the chief medical examiner's assessment of the case. I reviewed pictures that I'm assuming the medical examiner took of the autopsy. And I reviewed the report from the forensic pathologist.
And before I ask you about your review of specific materials and your opinions in this case, is there a benefit to your clinical experience in studying brain injuries as opposed to the experience you had as a fellow simply with pathology?
Well, I think that for the jury to understand is a clinician understands the process from the time the injury occurs till the patient either leaves the hospital or dies. And it's a process. And as a neurosurgeon, I have a tremendous amount of experience with that, if that's what you're asking me.
Yes. And so, Doctor, you reviewed a number of items of information in this case. Did you have an opportunity to review photographs of a laceration to Mr. John O'Keefe's head?
Yes, I did.
With the court's permission, I'm going to ask to display Exhibit 160.
Okay.
Two jurors have swapped
Dr.
seats.
Wolf, I'm going to ask you to take a look at this photograph. Have you seen this photograph before?
Yes.
I want you to explain to us what you're seeing here and take us through the process of your observations.
Well, what we're seeing is an approximate 1.5 inch laceration with bridging tissue and contusions and abrasions. To us, that's just a classic blunt trauma injury. There's nothing other than just vanilla about it. This is what happens when soft tissue hits a solid ground. The skin tears apart a bit, but not through and through. As you can see, there's the bridging. You can see all the bruising or contusions and just the tear, a little bit serrated along the edges.
Thank you. If you could take that down. Dr. Wolf, as a result of that wound, did you have a chance to further look at information provided to you about the actual inside the skull of Mr. John O'Keefe?
Yes, it was the pictures that I was reviewing showed a non-depressed skull fracture extending linearly through the clivus and into the frontal fossa of Mr. O'Keefe over the orbital roofs. He had fractures along the temporal fossa as well. So it was a classic linear basilar skull fracture.
Is basal skull fracture a characterization?
It's basically the base of your skull is what it encompasses. So the opening at the very bottom is what we call the foramen magnum. That connects your brainstem to your spinal cord. And then as your brainstem goes up, it goes into the different skull areas that, talk about what we call the cerebral cortexes, your occipital lobe, your temporal lobes over here, and then your frontal lobes.
So can you walk us through what happens when someone incurs this type of injury to the back of the head, how it happens, and what are the next steps for a person?
So what happens is, you fall backwards, and the linear acceleration starts to take you back down with gravity. The skull hits the ground. It gets, in layman's terms, smashed a little bit. And then the brain moves forward as a response to that. And it moves forward because you have cerebral spinal fluid and because you have the deceleration, acceleration again. As it does, your skull, if you were to look inside your skull, it's like mini mountains along your temporal bones and your frontal bones. So the brain is being thrust forward at a fairly good speed, and it's getting bruised. You can think of it as if you took a hammer to your thumb. It's really turning black and blue. Those are the contusions. And so the temporal poles and the frontal poles are getting contusions because of that. At the same time, you have a space called the subarachnoid space. And I'm sure they're going to hear about the subarachnoid hemorrhage. And that space is it's very clear, thin membrane that covers all of your brain and all of your spinal cord. And normally, you really don't see it unless you open up the brain and you're operating. But when you either have a traumatic event like this where little vessels are pulling apart underneath that membrane, or, for example, the classic, when you have an aneurysm burst, the space that the aneurysm bleeds to is the subarachnoid space.
Who gasped? He went, oh.
The other thing that occurs in trauma like this is you can get a subdural. So the dura is the membrane that covers the whole brain and also right down your spinal canal. And it's a very thin membrane that looks like very thin leather. And in that space between the brain and the dura can be a lot of veins that go towards a central vein called the sagittal sinus. And if those tear, you have a venous hemorrhage from, which is not arterial, so it's not quick, but that can develop into a subdural as well. If you tear a portion of your brain as well, and you get a little arterial bleeds, that could create a much faster subdural hematoma. And so when you look at the pathology, the autopsy of his brain, you're looking at a subarachnoid hemorrhage, you're looking at a subdural hemorrhage, neither one of them which was huge or would have required surgery, as well as the contusions that I described in his frontal poles, in his temporal poles, and then the original bang, which was in the occipital area. These are all findings that you would see on a CT scan and an MRI scan without requiring an autopsy if he had made it to the emergency room.
I want to take a step back. At the beginning, you said that this laceration on the back of his head was caused by a fall. Could this be caused by a fall landing on hard ground?
Yes. I mean, like I said, it's a classic blunt trauma laceration.
Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty whether this injury, the laceration and the basal fracture, was caused by Mr. O'Keefe falling backwards on the ground?
My opinion is that that's what caused his whole injury.
The pattern of the laceration, do you have an opinion whether that is consistent with hitting the cold, hard ground?
Objection, Your Honor. Can we have sidebar on that, please?
So I'm sustaining the objection, so no sidebar.
Your Honor.
Do you have an opinion, doctor, about whether that laceration on the back of his head was caused by a particular movement?
Well, the only way he could get this kind of an injury was to fall backwards, hit the back of his head, and then the resulting, energy forces going into his brain, into his base of his skull.
Would that type of laceration require Mr. O'Keefe to have hit a line type or a ridge type object?
A ridge type of object?
Yes.
No. I mean, like I said, the tearing of the skin in that fashion, you could look it up, would be just a classic blunt trauma injury.
Is there anything about that injury that would suggest to you it had to have been something sharp or ridge-like to cause?
Objection, Your Honor. We again request kindly a sidebar on this.
All right, we'll come to
She's like, if you insist, we can do a sidebar. Little smirk over to the jury there. Let me grab my replay. No, I can't get replay machine working for some reason. It works for me, but you guys can't see it. I must have unplugged something somewhere. Let's see, go live. It is live. Pull it up here. Still nothing. All right. Interesting that the brain surgeon is testifying about how the type of injury was caused, and was led into it by Mr. Brennan. Objection was sustained. Sidebar was denied. Then the non-leading question was asked, and we ended up in a sidebar here. So clarification: the two jurors have switched seats. We haven't lost a juror this morning, but two jurors have switched seats. One of them was a juror who was sort of reprimanded for giggling, talking to somebody else. see. Miss Joni Hockey, I fell backwards while playing ice hockey. Hit the ice with my head and was wearing no helmet. Got a huge egg, but no mark like John had. I wish I knew. I wish we could see on John. Obviously, I don't want to show the pictures. I wish I knew where on the skull the actual injury was. As we get Mr. Bones out here for a demonstration. If we look at the Mr. Bones at the back of his skull, I'm using a knife to point. Does that help? So sorry, this is the best way I can do it. If the injury was right here at the most protruding point of the skull, that makes sense that this area would be the area impacted. If it was up higher, or if it was way down lower, that does not make sense that would hit the ground first. When we said basal, I thought that was this area.
So as we were discussing, Dr. Wolf, you said this is a classic fall backwards. Is there anything about the pattern of that laceration that would suggest that there was a ridge or a line-type edge that caused that wound?
Not necessarily.
And have you seen, in your experience, similar types of lacerations and breaks caused by falling on hard ground?
Yes, you can see that both in the occipital region. You can see it if patients fall on the forehead. The skin tears, they're still bridging, and then they get bruises.
Some of your work was in Minnesota?
Correct.
Was it a colder part of Minnesota?
Very cold part of Minnesota. It's Minneapolis.
I'm sorry. Did you often see these type of injuries there?
Yes. I mean, we took care of a trauma center, Hennepin County. Very frequently, patients that are drunk fall down on ice sidewalks and could develop, lacerations in their head, epidurals, which are blood clots above the dura because they fracture a bone in the temporal area and they can get a bleed from a fractured artery. And it happens when people are shoveling snow and have a heart attack and fall backwards. So there are various ways that people fall, resulting in head injuries and lacerations to their forehead or to different areas of their head.
Can somebody suffer this type of injury simply by falling backwards?
Absolutely.
You had taken us through the process of falling backwards and then talked about what happens to the brain. Can I ask you a couple detailed questions about that?
Absolutely.
Sure.
When you explained that the brain upon impact then shifts forward and hits the front of the skull, is there a medical term for that process?
Well, the medical term is a coup counter coup injury. So the coup is when you first hit. In this case, it was the back of the head, as summarized by the laceration in the back of the head, and the contusions that the pathologist and the ME found in the back of the brain. And then the brain shifts forward, and as it's traveling at a certain velocity, because it's thrust forward on the floor of the base of the skull, it's getting bumped, and it's getting, again, you can think of it as a hammer hitting a thumb. It's getting black and blue in the areas that are sharpest.
Are there symptoms that result of the process coup counter coup?
This is clinically, it varies. I mean, you can go from anywhere from a simple concussion where you sort of are unaware of what happened, but you're still awake, you're confused, all the way to, ultimately being in a coma.
Can this type of injury, the coup counter coup, and what you see in the review of your files, could this type of injury happen from an attack by a weapon, like a bat or a hammer?
Well, he did not have a depressed skull fracture. So any focal hit like that would more likely than not have caused a depressed skull fracture. Blunt trauma, the way he had, the assumption, would cause the coup counter coup without a depressed skull fracture.
When the coup-counter-coup process happens with the skull fracture, does anything happen to the front of the skull?
Well, you're asking me, does the rest, I mean, the forces, depending on how hard they are, can generate fracture lines all the way to the anterior fossa. So you can have fractures along the lateral temporal area. You can have fractures along the orbital roof. The orbital roof is very thin, and so those forces can go all the way to that area.
Did you see any sign of orbital fractures in Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes, he had both the ME and the pictures taken, and the neuropathologist mentioned fractures of the orbital roof.
Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty how those fractures occurred?
From the trauma.
Could you just explain a little bit how that would happen?
Well, as he fell backwards and he struck his head, it was clearly at a very high speed generated by the gravity. The bone, depending on the quality of his bone, the density, then generated forces. There's a certain amount of lateral give, and then you get a linear force going forward. It drives all the way up the clivus and forward into the anterior fossa where his orbital roofs lay. And this is why people like this get what they call raccoon's eyes.
Do you have an opinion whether the brain itself could have caused the orbital fractures?
No. The brain is a soft substance. You could literally put your finger through the brain. We often operate on people fully awake. The brain couldn't possibly cause a fracture. The fracture was caused by the forces generated through that clivus, that middle bone in the middle of his base of the skull.
Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty whether or not the brain in any way could have caused these orbital fractures?
The answer is absolutely not.
In your study of the records and photographs and in your experience treating these types of injuries, do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty whether or not a person would remain conscious or would be immediately unconscious after the impact of the ground?
Well, it's impossible to know whether he became immediately unconscious, but his injuries were very substantial, and it's more probable than not that at some point he quickly became unconscious and was unable to do functional activities.
What does functional activities mean?
The ability to, get himself up and about would be one of the functional activities. The ability to call for help would be a very significant cortical function. And that's why I was talking about, that there's a variation on the theme from a simple concussion to a severe concussion like this.
If a person does not have functional abilities because they are rendered unconscious, does their body, could it still move?
Yes, this is the interesting thing about our brain. So the cortex, which is the top portion of your brain, can get separated from your brainstem functionally, and what happens then is that your body is not acting autonomically, meaning vegetative. So why does that happen? We think it's because as we were a caveman, and if a caveman became unconscious, as an animal came up to eat it, the animal would touch it. Well, you have these automatic movements. One of them is called decorticating, which is where you draw your arms like this and you throw your feet out. And then a worse neurological situation is when you decerebrate. Now you push your arms out along with your legs. And that would scare off an animal. So we think that over time, genetically, this is what happened to our brains in order to create these. But those kind of movements are not thought processes. In other words, your brain is not telling you, oh, you have pain, go ahead and decorticate or decerebrate. It's an automatic movement in response to pain.
I want you to take us back now to after the fall. Would Mr. O'Keefe, in your study and opinion, have died immediately?
No.
Can you share? I'm sorry.
Yes, I'll tell you. There is very few things that you head injury where you would die, quote, immediately. So if I took a knife and stabbed you in the back of your neck right below your skull and I drove it through your brainstem, you would probably die immediately. If I shot you below your ear and went through and through below your ear and shot through your brainstem, you would die immediately. But traumatic head injuries, you would not die immediately. It's a process. And it's a process of a combination of things. Brain swelling, which takes a while to develop. Decreased blood flow to your brain because you're getting swelling. And ultimately, death of the brainstem that controls your heart and your breathing. And so this is why there is a whole big issue about brain death. You know, when is someone brain dead? Because it's not instant and it can take a long time to be conceived. In these injuries that are very severe that we took care of, there was a high mortality rate. In the linear skull fractures, it was about 67%. But it took time for them to die. It could take days to weeks to months. And also, these people got to shock trauma, so it was a while, whether it was hours, before they were even starting to be taken care of, and yet they weren't dead yet. That's why I don't think it was immediate.
Was there any other observations you made about Mr. O'Keefe or his body that support your opinion that he didn't die immediately?
Well, the medical examiner took pictures of his periorbital area and diagnosed raccoon's eyes. So raccoon's eyes occur because there's leakage through the orbital fractures into the periorbital space. Normally, it takes about 24 to 48 hours to develop. It has been noted as early as 1 to 3 hours, which would make it not immediate.
Could we please have Exhibit 14? Dr. Wolf, could you share with us what you see here in this picture?
So right here, you can see the black and blue that sort of configures, if he had his eyes open, like what we describe as raccoon's eyes, right? And that's not caused by direct trauma to his eyelids. It's caused by what I described as the basilar skull fracture, which went to the anterior fossa, which is right over the orbit here, inside, with leakage of blood products into that periorbital area.
You mentioned that starts or takes at least 1 to 3 hours to begin?
Minimally, yes.
Can you take that down, please? If Mr. O'Keefe had been brought to a trauma center or emergency room, what would the process be in your experience?
Well, he would have been intubated if he wasn't intubated in the field. One of the first things you need to do in a head injury is control the airway. Why? 2 reasons. One, you want to have enough oxygen going to the brain to feed it. And 2, you want to keep your carbon dioxide down because that causes increased intracranial pressure if it elevates. So you want to constrict the blood vessels a little bit. Then he would have had a CT scan immediately in order to assess whether he has a surgical head injury, meaning he needs to go to the operating room to evacuate something, or not. During that process, he's obviously going to be getting medication to decrease the brain swelling. And from there, you make decisions based on his neurological function and what you're, capable of doing to, spare the brain from the rest of the injuries that will result. One of the things that occurs with contusions is a great medical term is they can blossom, which means they can get bigger. And if they get bigger, they might require surgical intervention to decrease the pressure as well as the volume of the blood that's destroying brain. And so you do serial CT scans in these patients over time, anywhere from every 6 to 12 hours to on a daily basis, depending on what the case-by-case, production of blossoming is occurring.
You mentioned that about 2/3 of your patients who suffer this injury pass?
Correct. What we saw is that in the patients that suffered linear clavicle fractures, 2/3 of them ultimately went on to die, and 1/3 lived.
Is there commonality on how they passed?
One of the common reasons they passed is if they trapped a major vessel in one of the fractures, they would get a significant brainstem infarct, meaning a stroke, meaning lack of blood flow to a very significant portion of their brainstem. And so that was one of the causes of death that ultimately we understood. And then the others died from the increased intracranial pressure that drove the brainstem down through the foramen magnum.
Did you review any materials that talked about or identified Mr. O'Keefe's body temperature when he was treated?
As I recall, his core temperature was 80 when he was found.
Is that significant in the process and development of his injury from the moment he fell and hit his head until his ultimate passing?
Well, hypothermia, if you define hypothermia, it starts at 95 degrees. Your core temperature is usually about 98, 98.6. 95 is very mild hypothermia. When you get to 82 degrees, you're in severe hypothermia. What happens when you're hypothermic, and I'm a neurosurgeon, but I can tell you that you get into multiple organ failure. Your heart starts to have problems. It can have arrhythmias. You're not breathing. And ultimately, at hypothermia, you also become unconscious and go into a coma-like state. Below 80 degrees, you're probably going to die. So all I can tell you, it wasn't helpful that he had a significant head injury and that he was then found hypothermic.
Is it uncommon, in your experience, for people that suffer this injury to pass within 5 hours?
Well, none of the patients we treated died within 5 hours, but it also didn't mean that we didn't realize that they were going to be in a potentially vegetative state. When someone's hypothermic, you have to warm them up in order to establish a clinical status, meaning you can't declare someone dead with a temperature of 80. You have to warm them up slowly, appropriately, and then reevaluate where they are clinically.
I've asked you questions about whether you had an opinion about Mr. O'Keefe and when he died. I want to ask it in the form of a formal opinion. Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty whether Mr. O'Keefe died immediately or within 15 minutes?
No, I don't think he died immediately. Neither the hypothermia nor this kind of head injury would kill you immediately in any clinical experience I have.
Dr. Wolf, thank you.
All right.
Let me have a moment, Your Honor.
Sure.
Thank you.
Right on to cross. I'm not sure why we needed the cavemen part in there. Is that a new bailiff? Do we have a new bailiff? And the part about the brain is soft, you can stick your finger right through it, and then the next line, sometimes we operate on people, often we operate on people when they're awake. What? What? That was wild. But take the caveman part out, and some good testimony, but part that helps the defense, I'd say no questions. Right here, I'd say no questions if I were the defense. Part that helps the defense is he could have sustained these injuries just from simply falling over. Absolutely. I know it's true, but I don't want to hear about you just cutting people's heads open.
Yes.
Morning, doctor. I don't think we've had the pleasure of meeting. Welcome.
Thank you.
Sir, can you just describe, you started to do it a little bit on direct, a typical day for you?
I wake up at 4:15 in the morning. I go to my center. I set up patients with frames for their either radiosurgical procedures or stereotactic craniotomies. I go home. I make cappuccino for my wife at 6 o'clock in the morning. And then I get back to work at 6:30 and move on. I have patients that I'm operating on, and I have patients that I'm seeing through the day.
And what type of patients and what type of work? Just in a typical day. What are you doing? What type of patients and what do you do?
It varies. I mean, I see patients with brain tumors. I see patients with hydrocephalus, which is water in their brain. I see pediatric brain tumors. I see subacute and chronic subdural hematomas, post-traumatic. I see patients with strokes that are being misdiagnosed. I see patients with cancer, metastatic disease. I used to see patients with cervical problems. I stopped doing that 2 years ago. I mean, I don't know what else you want me to tell you.
No, that's great. And is that typical day, typical of the type of days you've had for the past month, past few years? Is it generally, without specifics, is it generally?
Correct.
So, none of your typical days, none of the past typical months have involved forensic pathology, have they? You haven't acted as a forensic pathologist in...
I am, if you could have asked that question, very straightforward. I am not a forensic pathologist. I'm a brain surgeon.
Right. And you don't perform autopsies, correct, sir? You're a brain surgeon.
Correct. In other words, I see more brains than the forensic pathologist.
Right. And is it correct to say that the brains that you see are of living people?
Correct.
Okay. So what I'd like to do is to go to a different part of the head than was discussed, but sticking with the decedent.
Excuse me, I didn't hear the last one.
I'm sorry, the topic is going to be Mr. O'Keefe, the decedent in this matter, sir. You testified about raccoon eyes. The medical term for that, sir, is ecchymosis, right?
Correct.
And ecchymosis, raccoon eyes, does not cause a laceration to form on an eyelid, does it?
No.
Are you aware that Mr. O'Keefe had a laceration to the outside area of his right upper eyelid?
I am aware that the ME described that. Yes, sir.
Now, could, Your Honor, I'm going to, with Your Honor's permission, ask to publish what is already in evidence in a moment.
Okay.
Mr. Wolk,
What exhibit number, Mr. Alessi?
we're going to 165, Your Honor.
Okay. Go right ahead.
Thank you. Dr. Wolf, have you seen this photo depiction before today?
I believe I have.
Is it correct that that injury on the upper right eyelid is caused by the application of force directly to that area of the front of the head, again, namely the upper eyelid?
That's possible, yes.
Is it more than possible? Is it probable that that injury was caused by the application of force directly to that area of the front of his head?
Well, an easy answer to that would be is that that's not part of the periorbital ecchymosis.
Thank you, sir. That was exactly going to be my next question. This injury is unrelated to any of what you've been describing, the fall backwards, the force transfer inside the skull, the, as you described it, the dura, the cerebral spinal fluid, all of that dynamic that you so ably described on your direct examination. This injury has nothing to do with that, correct?
Correct.
Thank you for answering my questions, Dr. Wolf. A pleasure again. No more questions at this time, Your Honor.
Any brief follow-up on that?
No, thank you.
All right, Dr. Wolf, please. All set, so just get out of here.
I wouldn't have asked him any questions myself. I think his testimony that the fall alone, well, first of all, the injury could be caused entirely
We
from
have a
the
moment to inquire of our next witness.
Sure.
from the speed generated by
Jurors, feel
gravity.
free to stand up and stretch.
The fall alone was enough to sustain those injuries. Careful. We're almost getting jurors' heads here. This is all stuff defense could use as well. So discrediting him would not benefit anyway. A quick sidebar. Someone runs up there. Well, what an amazing guy. I wake up in the morning, make my wife coffee, and then do brain surgery all day. Wow. And I get up at 4 or 4:15. 4:15 if I sleep in, if I'm feeling lazy. But I graduated magna cum laude of Yale or something like that. I don't remember. It was exactly, I graduated.
So,
Big
jurors, you may
flex there.
realize that that went quicker than we thought. So we are ahead of schedule. So why don't we take that morning break that we can take? So we'll take a 15 or 20-minute break.
All rise for the court, please. Jurors, close your.
All right. So the hour break we took this morning did not set us an hour behind, apparently. We're now ahead of schedule. Go figure. I guess Mr. Brennan was not expecting defense to not question Mr. Wolf. He's like, what? No more questions? We don't have anybody ready. So now Yeah, we're not ahead of schedule. There's no way. I don't. With us being behind and the judge saying, "Oh crap, no breaks today. You're working through lunch," doesn't work. I get up every day at 4 and possibly get dressed. Still haven't proven he was hit by a car. If anything, they've opened up a possibility that he just simply fell. This brain surgeon just said that simply falling, the gravitational speed, the speed of the linear speed achieved by gravity alone could cause this injury. Yikes. So yeah, I think that was interesting. It was interesting, but shouldn't you have more than one witness ready? Yeah, but at the end of the case, as you've sort of pushed people off, I can see why we were running into this. It's typical towards the end of the case. At the very beginning as well, when you're trying to figure out what the schedule is going to be. We need a brain surgeon to tell us that, yeah. I like the guy. I really do. I like it. Oh. Grouchy bailiff comes over, arms folded, glaring at the jury. Why are we still here if we went on a 20-minute break? Nobody's got up and left. Drunk and falling examples were given. Yeah. I would have not questioned him. I would say, thanks and good luck on your day's work tomorrow. Putting your fingers in people's brains. Christine Perkins says, I think the entire case rests in the hands of the accident reconstructionist. Let's see. Welcher versus Wolf and Rentschler. Aperture versus Arca. Yes, the battle of the experts. Some would say calling in Dr. House. I missed that, Ivan. Dr. House to say he fell's a little desperate. Who's delaying? No delay. There's no delay. We're ahead of schedule. Work's getting in the way today, says Jamie. I've heard from friends who work with surgeons they're extremely arrogant, generally speaking. Well, they do know more about very complicated things than most people, and they're aware of that. I'm not gonna take that from him. That guy, he'd be better off operating on your brain than me. Okay, he is literally a brain surgeon. When we talk about brain surgery and rocket science, is the two things that most people don't understand. He gets it. He gets it. Delay of game penalty, lose 3 objections. It says Hustlong till acquittal. Animal attack and defensive posture while falling. Oh, the animal attack, including the animal in there. I'm like, so like a primitive dog? So a caveman falls down in the snow and hits his head like a primitive dog, and the dog comes over to sniff at him and bite him, and there might... Oh, man, that was crazy. That was crazy. Reverend Beasy gets it all. He's like, yeah, I'm genius. Reverend Beasy's genius. I'm not. All the surgeons I've ever met have a great sense of humor, and yes, are very intelligent. No way the Commonwealth rests now. They haven't established a car. They can't rest. They've got a witness on the stand. The defense has not had an opportunity to cross. She needs to get here. You can't just like, we rest. We asked our questions. You are responsible for making that witness appear and be available for cross-examination. The question is, when is he scheduled to graduate? I think he gives graduation speeches because he's already done that. By not questioning this doctor on his drunk and gravity statement, they prevented the Commonwealth from clearing that up. Now defense can just throw it in their closing, and the state's Commonwealth's own witness said, yes, Mrs. Gerns, 100%. This is a win. We're going to take it. Where did all the blood go from that injury? I would have liked to hear questions about that. Do injuries of this sort bleed a lot? Would you expect a lot of blood? Nothing. right. They bleed big time, big time. I know a lot of strokes. I know a lot about strokes as well. I lost my dad at the age of 52, his first major stroke, and he was 36. It caused... Hang on. I lost my dad at the age of 52. His first major stroke, he was 36. It's caused by clots and blocked arteries. He gives graduation speeches while actively performing brain surgery. I worked with a surgeon suspended from doing surgery due to personal issues. He was not pleasant. I could not ask a question. He would ask me when I graduated med school. I'm a nurse. Deborah Kaiser just gifted 5 memberships. Bow, 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 bow. That was fast. Thank you very much. They went out very quickly. Thank you, Deborah. I think the jury seeing John's mauled arm will seal the deal for Karen's acquittal. They have seen it. They've seen it many, many times. Probably the most frequently displayed picture. Wow, I feel close to this fan. Like closer than normal. Miss Briz says, chat, you guys are hilarious. I was reading while getting a manicure. Yes, to receive gifts, there's a little page you can visit to tell YouTube. You only have to do it once, and I think once on YouTube, and that's it. But to tell YouTube that you would be interested in getting a gift from a channel that where gifts memberships are available or given. You just mark it once, and then you're good. I'm uncomfortable with you accusing me of being a genius. I'm sure I'm not. I just know brain surgery. Well, you're a genius about brain surgery. Let's see, when I was 5, I was climbing a slide at my grandparents' in-ground pool and fell backward headfirst, landing on the concrete. I had brain bleed, concussion, among other things, but I had no laceration. Could possibly have been related to your age and your size. Obviously, an adult, as we're talking about gravity and acceleration, an adult brain has farther to fall from a standing upright position, and so they thus have more opportunity to accelerate. That could have been a factor. So you don't remember AJ insisting head laceration wasn't from forced fall backward? Not sure which witness, probably ME or neurologist. I think it was prosecution. That was a prosecution win disproving AJ's theory. I'm not sure.
Call from
Melissa.
Hey, Melissa, this is RA. How are you doing?
Hi, Scott. This was never brought up, and I didn't think the defense would even speak with this guy, but the identical same thing could have happened on a basement floor, even covered with a rug, if it was on a cement floor.
Right. It would act very similar to the carpet, or the carpet could act similar to the grass.
Exactly. Or somebody could have punched him in the face and he flew back against a cinder block wall. Same thing, same scenario.
Yeah. I think
that's how bad the brain can actually move.
The testimony we got here that was good for the prosecution has to do with that raccoon eyes portion, with that being caused by the fall backwards. The comment would be like, but he had a laceration on his face. Did you hear that? And he's like, yeah, I did. Karen says that laceration was caused by glass. At least she did in the comment that was played.
She said she took that out of his face outside.
The idea is the raccoon eyes were not from being punched, socked in the eye.
No, but all I'm saying is, what if they knocked him onto a cement floor?
It could have caused it. I think there are probably 50 different ways you could recreate a scenario in different situations and end up with that injury, right? And so that's a possibility. I think the bigger problem is going to be the scenario you come up with has to work with the data that we know from the phone, from the car, from those timelines. I realize the witnesses, when they looked out and everything else, they don't know. Everyone was drunk.
I'm still confused about the timeline. I mean, come on. Listen, if it happened as early on as what people said it did, how could nobody coming or going not see this guy that close to the road? It doesn't make sense to me.
That part is.
If this all happened at 12:32, yeah, it's a conundrum.
Yep.
But no, I just wanted to say, and what always still gets to me, there's no doubt in my mind those are dog bites or scratches along his arm. I don't know what else it could be. If you make something with that light that can cause those lacerations, you let me know. Text me.
Yeah, I think I'm going to cut mine open. I might actually see if I can do it here today. So we'll take a look at it.
Yes, I know you started taking the screws out. So yeah, I was watching on television before I actually signed in, so I could talk. But yeah, I mean, this guy was brilliant. I loved listening to him. I worked in the medical profession for 35 years. I did CAT scans. I went to surgery with doctors. I did all of it. So I really kind of know the parts of the brain. And do you know that human beings are the only mammal that don't have some type of cushioning in their head?
Don't we have like
for
meninges?
Their brain to...
I thought we had 3 layers of meninges.
No, I mean, but woodpeckers, for instance, they have a protective area around their head that cushions their brain when, not that they have a big brain, but all mammals do except humans.
Interesting. Our brain just sloshes around up there in the cerebral fluid.
That's exactly right. It's kind of easy to get a brain injury when you think about it.
Yeah.
But anyway, I won't keep you.
All right. Thank you very much, Melissa. Good talking to you.
I mean, there are fluids up there. You've got the meningeal fluid and all that, but that's not the kind of cushioning I'm talking about with other mammals. And
and hence there's a great market out there selling helmets. So thank you very much.
Exactly, there is.
Good talking to you.
I'll let you go.
We'll
Have a good day.
Bye.
Bye.
All right. The fluid is our brain's cushion. Yeah. But the brain does slosh around in there. And if you've ever played with fluid in a container on a vehicle, try putting something. Try putting a brain and fluid on a container in a vehicle. I don't know where you're going to get the brain, but there's some experiments you can do.
Call from
Ryan Apple Snapple.
Ryan, I saw you in chat just a minute ago. How are you doing?
I'm beyond happy right now, Scott.
Yeah.
I found out that they're going to continue with the DNA testing for Alyssa.
Oh, awesome! That's awesome.
Oh, I have to. I'm sorry, I'm getting a call.
Okay, we'll see you. Thanks, Ryan.
Okay.
Bye.
Yep.
Ryan and I are keeping up to date on another case, another investigation that's more personal on his front, and so that's good news for that. Let's see, Oatmeal member for 4 months. Can you give a shout out to my parents, Tim and Sarah? We have daily 4 p.m. chats to discuss the RA court date. Tim and Sarah, Oatmeal. Your descendant, your progeny, I don't know what gender Oatmeal is, but it's just Oatmeal. Oatmeal is fabulous to have in chat. 4 months of support, amazing. Tim and Sarah, you obviously did a good job. You raised your kids right. If they're here, so thank you. Big shout out to Tim and Sarah. Thanks for being here, all of you. It's like a family affair. See, had a spinal tap once. He realized just how much that fluid keeps your brain floating and cushioned when there's not enough, and you have to lie down to not get a splitting headache. Oh my goodness! I don't do well with headaches. I realize men are generally men are generally wusses when it comes to pain. Okay, women give birth, men get splinters. I think they're sort of like sixes, right? They're sixes, and I don't know where we're going with that, but headaches. I don't do well with headaches. If I start getting a headache, I need some Mountain Dew because caffeine, believe it or not, helps a headache. It probably doesn't help my health in general, but it helps the headache. And then head to the medicine cabinet. Let's see. This is it, Ivan. Childbirth is probably annoying, but have you ever really stubbed your toe? That's awesome. Deborah says, Karen didn't hurt John. I truly believe this. That's what, this is the whole defense case. Is that there was no collision. There was no collision. There was no collision. Some migraine meds have caffeine. If men had to have babies, we'd be extinct. If caffeine helps your headache, it's probably a caffeine withdrawal. No, Mrs. R.A. hardly ever drinks caffeine. Yesterday she had a headache, and we have a few Mountain Dews that we're saving up for the trip because I like to have in the vehicle in case people start not feeling as alert as they normally do. It's good to have one. So she had one of those, and she says, "Wow, it really does help. Feels better." So. Lee says, I can't believe Shannon Burgess' CV is still up on Aperture's website. Let's see. Try treading on Legos. Childbirth is so painful, your mind helps you forget it. Maybe on Mrs. R.A.'s channel, we might do a... Mrs. R.A.'s had a couple kids. Okay, we've got a couple children. 6 to be exact. And so she's had a little bit of experience with childbirth. And it started off very normal, like you would expect, like basically as seen on TV, childbirth, right? I mean, not that I watch childbirth on TV, but just the first, we started off treating it very traditionally. And we ended doing things very untraditionally, and it was incredible. It was incredible, and we ended up being interviewed on a TV program about the birthing method we chose at this hospital, and the reporter didn't believe my wife, didn't believe me. They cut us out of the story. They're like, "Nope, that's not true. It's not possible." So we're just not going to report on that. So, yeah. Anyway, no, we might talk about that's. I'll talk to Mrs. R.A. see if she wants to share that. But it's they call it hypnobirthing, but a better term would be relaxation birthing. Oh, this is a spam call, maybe. Hello. Hello.
Hello. Hi, this is Sylvie Wells. I'm with U.S. Funeral Expenses. How you doing today?
Good. I got a call from a robot. Is this a real person? It's the funeral expenses. Funeral expenses, they use robots. Of course, they use dead things to talk to you about your funeral. Mrs. Gerns, I'm a trained hypnobirthing instructor. Okay, so you know what I'm talking about. When Mrs. R.A. Told the reporter there was no pain, there was no epidural, there were no drugs, there was no pain, it was just a very easy birth. They're like, yeah, it doesn't happen like that. We know. Yeah. Anyway, so hypnobirthing for my wife worked very, very well. We thought we lost a juror. It turns out they just moved seats, so shuffled things around, confused some of the viewers in court because of that. But all the jurors are still present. Alley Cat, if I wasn't there and witnessed it myself, I wouldn't believe it. But got the same funeral call yesterday. Yeah. All right, we have minutes. I'm not sure why we're talking about having babies right now. Oh, because we're talking about pain and slivers and stubbing toes and Legos and things like that. We should just be a couple moments back in court. Commonwealth is looking to find a witness, any witness at this point, even one out of order. I think the judge would take without too much objection, because the jury is waiting and the clock is ticking. Let's see if we have some updates from the courtroom. Let's see, we had the sidebar. That was 20 minutes ago. All right. She better make a waste your time comment. We are on break, but we're not a long break. They've said we're going to get a short lunch, only half an hour, which will happen at 1. We're 45 minutes away from that. So we're expecting at least one more witness. Possibly switching back to the lady who was on the stand previously. Wonder how they decide who's going to question what witness. It's all done ahead of time, and I think they prep for it. Some have to be with specialties. So there's some lawyers that specialize in questioning medical professionals. There's some lawyers that specialize in questioning, different types of experts. So you build your defense team based on who you're going to be questioning, who you're going to be calling, and how much money you have. We were not ahead of schedule this morning. We took a long break. Now we're ahead of schedule. That's what I know. Did not want to put their accident reconstructionist guy on after the disaster the last 2 days. I think we need him. That's a key piece. Time works differently in Canton. It's a construct, as Rob would say. It is wonderful to have all of you here. If for some reason you are part of the 19, well, I think that the actual number is 16% of viewers who have not clicked the subscribe button, please feel free to do it today. Please subscribe to the channel. We'd love it. We just reached 65,000 subscribers last week, which is an amazing milestone. I remember thinking, do you think I can ever get to 1,000? But it's just incredible. It is free, Mimidi. It's completely free. 16% of our viewers have not clicked the subscribe button. I can't begin to tell you how honored it makes me feel to have 84% of you subscribe to the channel. In the YouTube world, it's normal to have between 20 to 30% of viewers subscribe to your channel. Thank you for so many of you subscribing. And the other 16, why not? Why not? Everybody's doing it. So, Bug Dugger just gifted a membership. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. I'm not subscribed, says Reverend. Well, you have to subscribe to talk, so we know everyone in chat is subscribed. We're not talking to you. We're talking to the people, to some of the lurkers. let's see. Sherry, I just read that Shannon is listed now as Shannon B on LinkedIn and listed as private. It was worse than that, Sherry. That's what happened the day he testified, the first day. It's funny, LinkedIn just pops up on my phone as I mention it. Let's see, Shannon B. Shannon Burgess. I think there's only a fake posting from him right now. Shannon with one N. Yeah, I don't see any accounts for him right now. So either he privatized his account or he deleted it. And he did that right after he got off the stand the other day, and before he came back and continued testifying. So it was he's fixing the issue. I think he probably also enrolled in school. Katie Russin just gifted 10 memberships. Katie, thank you. I see that shirt you're wearing there, Katie. Thank you. I appreciate your support. All right. Buttercup still needs an emoji. Rebecca, I don't know if I'll ever get to the point where it will allow me to do that. I made emojis when we had the most unlikely of events that led to massive numbers of subscribers that my channel has never seen since. And I'm going to have to approach Emily D. Baker level, I think, to get to that point on the emojis again. Hey Lou, member for 9 months, the only channel I pay membership for on. Thank you for all you do. Hey Lou, thank you. I appreciate that. It is a huge support. I couldn't do this without your support, and that means a ton. Congratulations on my 9 months. You could have had a baby by now. I'm just saying, 9 months, you could have had a baby. It looks like you've already got one though. Thank you, Hey Lou. How do I get a free gift membership? If somebody types !gift in chat, there will be a link that pops up by the bot, and you just make sure that your membership setting is turned on to accept free memberships on this channel, and then you just, it helps to subscribe, it helps to like the channel, and it helps to occasionally to talk in chat to add some value to the conversation here. Lego My Brief says another milestone, just flying down the road to Pinky Town. Shout out to everyone, love ya. Don't have much time these days, but, and there's the peach, but I'm watching. Lego My Briefs, thank you very much. Love it, love it, love it. You are so close. Another OG. Welcome. Christine E. donated to hit the like button, please, and thank you. Y'all are the best. Thank you very much. We call it the acknowledge button now. It looks like this. That's how you acknowledge the channel. AZ DCS Oversight Group says, I'm lurking here from Court Watcher to Juror, back to Court Watcher, full circle. Thanks for this channel, RA. You're appreciated. AZ DCS Oversight Group, probably closer to courts than most of us with all the oversight of court you do. Good stuff there. Is court dark on Friday? Yes, it is. That siren is here, by the way. It's not there. We're not going to count that one. Yogi Kaz, here's to 65K. Yogi, thank you very much. Friday, there's going to be no court. Tomorrow, only a half a day tomorrow. But tomorrow, we'll be coming to you live from the road through the miracle of Starlink. Anthony Colbert says, just getting here, can I get a quick recap, please? Yes, Anthony, it might not make sense, but bear with me. When we were cavemen, and we fall and hit our heads, animals would come up and touch the body, and when we would go like this. That's what we learned today. We had a brain surgeon come in and testify in court. That exact thing about cavemen and the animal and everything else. So you missed that. Dr. Wolf, he's an amazing guy. He literally did 2 brain surgeries yesterday, and he's going to do 4 tomorrow. And he came in and told us a little bit about cavemen. And about raccoon eyes and a couple other things. Great guy. I really like him. So you missed that. We also had a big downtime as all the jurors got brought to sidebar first thing this morning because something came to the judge's attention, an issue that needed to be discussed. They kicked everyone out of the courtroom, reporters, everybody take your laptops and go. They didn't even allow them on the same floor of the building while they brought in jurors one by one. The only thing that happened as a result of that questioning with each of the jurors and the lawyers present was that 2 jurors switched seats. Okay, I think we're coming in. I think we're coming back now. Or not. Oh, we're switching fans. Switching fans. Nice. And focus. Focus. There it is. Focus. There it is. Got it. Mary Murphy, I've passed this on. I'm hoping they change it. We've been waiting for the Commonwealth to find another witness. We've had a 20-minute break for them to do just that, and we're hoping now that somebody has been located. We do have a young lady who was testifying yesterday.
We have Ms. Hanley, please.
There she is. She's going to be back on the stand. We'll finish her testimony and her cross-examination. Maybe before lunch, which starts around 1 o'clock. Anyway, tomorrow I'm going to be coming to you with Starlink and possibly live view, making it possible to get a signal out from the road. We've got all the tech worked out for that.
And Sam, I'll remind you, you're still under oath and to keep your voice. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor.
She does a good job of looking at the jury.
And ma'am, if you could just please introduce yourself to the jury again, spelling your last name for the record.
Sure. I'm Christina Hanley. Hanley is spelled Hanley.
Well, last time she was here, she said the glass didn't match.
In the break, if I could just ask you a few questions just to reorient as far as the items that we were speaking about yesterday in your testimony. First, starting with the items of glass that you analyzed in this case. The first of those items was an item 3-2. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And if you could, please describe for the jury, or please provide the jury with the description for that item that you received.
Sure. So item 3-2 was a clear glass cup with broken irregular edges. And there was some dirt debris material that was noted on the exterior and interior surfaces.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes. Did you show content?
I see all these.
All right.
I gave Mr. Jackson my copy. Yes, thank you. Showing you a photograph, Ms. Hanley, do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize that?
So this is a photograph that I took. It's item 3-2, but it's also, I would have to double check on my notes, but I believe it has item 7-12, one of the pieces that I'm holding that's showing a physical match between those 2 items.
Your Honor, call both the seats to introduce in the minutes of the next exhibit.
No objection. Okay.
Exhibit 195.
And Your Honor, may I publish?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 9490. Ms. Hanley, what's up on the screen? Is that the photograph that I just presented to you?
Yes, it is.
And if you could, please describe for the jury what we're looking at here.
So that is a photograph that I took upon examination. It is the clear glass cup, item 3-2, and I'm holding another piece, which, again, I believe it's one of the pieces from item 7-12. I would need to confirm in my file, but I'm showing that one of the pieces physically fits with item 3-2.
Thank you, ma'am. Ms. Gilman, you can take that down. May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
showing you two other photographs. If you can just look at those, look up when you're finished. Did you recognize those?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize those as?
So these are photographs that I took of item 7-12.
Your Honor, come over, seek to introduce and admit as the next exhibit A and B.
Is there any objection?
No objection.
Thank you.
Exhibits 196A and 196B.
And Ms. Hanley, if you could just remind the jury as far as the physical description that you received in regard to item 7-12.
Sure. So item 7-12 consisted of some clear plastic pieces as well as 9 pieces of glass with broken irregular edges.
And may I publish, Your Honor?
Yes.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have first photograph 9476. And if you can enlarge that just a bit, Ms. Gilman. And Ms. Hanley, what are we looking at in this photograph?
So this is the photo that I took of item 7-12 as I received it. So there's the several pieces of clear glass with broken irregular edges.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have 9477. And if you could enlarge that just a bit. And again, Ms. Hanley, what are we looking at in this photograph?
Those are the same pieces of glass as in the previous photo, just a little bit more up close of the clear glass that was recovered and is item 7-12.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, you can take that down. Now, Ms. Hanley, as far as a comparative analysis between items in 3-2, the glass cup, and 7-12 regarding the glass pieces, what, if any, conclusions did you make in reference to your comparison between those two items?
Sure. So upon comparing those items, I did note that 6 of the 9 pieces of clear apparent glass had a physical match to item 3-2, the clear glass cup.
And if you could just remind the jury as far as a physical match, what does that mean?
So a physical match is basically if an item breaks and those items have broken irregular edges, if those pieces come back together like a jigsaw fit, then it's a physical match and they were at one time together as one larger unit.
Now, as far as each of those items within 7-12 had a letter associated with them, correct?
Yes.
And do you recall which of the 6 were a physical match for item 3-2, the glass?
I would just need to refer to my notes for the exact letters.
Sure, you can take your report out.
The 6 pieces of glass from item 7-12 that physically fit to item 3-2 were A, B, C, D, F, and K.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Well, let me ask you this first. I'm sorry. So, Ms. Hanley, during the course of this physical match analysis that you're conducting, are you memorializing that process with photographs as well?
Yes, I am.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm presenting you with 4 photographs. If you could review those and look up when you finish. you recognize those, ma'am?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize those?
Those are photographs that I took upon my examination of items 712 and item 3-2.
Your combo is introduced and admitted as the next exhibit, A through D.
No objection.
Thank you.
Exhibits 197A through D.
And may I publish, Your Honor?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have 9502, please. And Ms. Hanley, what's up on the screen? Can you please describe for the jury what we're looking at in this photograph?
So this is one of the photos that I took of one of the breaks that physically fit together between item 3-2 and item 7-12.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have 9514.
That's super generous. She's
And again,
putting the
Ms.
puzzle
Hanley,
pieces
can you
together
please describe
here.
for the jury what we're looking at in this photograph?
Sure. So this is a photo that I took when I was doing my comparison of item 3-2 and several pieces from item 7-12.
Now, as far as the individual pieces had sort of little white stickers or labels affixed to them, is that correct?
Yes.
Is that something that you did, or is that something that when the items were provided to you was already done?
So item 7-12, I received those pieces with the labels already on them.
And again, those items, especially 7-12, had been with mixed veneer in your unit prior to coming to your table or your station, correct?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have 9518. Again, Ms. Hanley, what are we looking at here?
So this is another photograph that I took of the physical match. It's just another view of the items together of item 3-2 and several pieces from item 7-12.
And lastly, for this batch, Ms. Gilman, if I could have 9520. And again, Ms. Hanley, what are we looking at here?
So this is another picture that I took of the items just slightly rotated of item 3-2 with a physical fit to several items or several pieces from item 7-12.
That's a pretty short
Ms.
glass.
Hanley, is there a laser pointer on the desk in front of you?
Yes.
If you could, preferably using this screen just so it's visible for the jury, could you delineate where you see in this photograph item 3-2 and where you see the items associated with item 7-12?
So this right here is item 3-2, and these pieces up here are several pieces from 7-12.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, you can take that down. Now, the other two items that you analyzed or examined in this part of your physical match analysis were items 3-3 and 7-14, correct?
That's correct.
And turning your attention specifically to item 3-3, if you could just remind the jury as far as the physical description of that item that was provided to you.
Sure. So item 3-3 was 5 pieces of clear glass with broken irregular edges that were recovered from the bumper of the vehicle.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
Single photograph. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize that?
That is a photo that I took of item 3-3.
Your Honor, come off the seat. Can you introduce in a minute the next exhibit?
No objection, Mr. Jackson?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right.
Exhibit 198.
And may I publish, Your Honor?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have 9446, please. And Ms. Hanley, in addition to the 5 pieces of glass associated with item 3-3, what else is depicted in this photograph?
This is a photo of the 5 total pieces that are from item 3-3.
And in addition to that, is there a ruler depicted in this photograph as well?
Yes, there is.
And what is the purpose of that ruler in the photograph?
It's there just as a scale.
Thank you, Ms. Gilman. You can take that one down. And Ms. Hanley, the last of those items, 7-14, if you could just remind the jury as far as what was the physical description that was provided to you in reference to item 7-14.
Sure. So item 7-14 was a clear piece of glass with broken irregular edges that was recovered from the road.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
Again, Ms. Hanley, just showing you a single photograph. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize?
This is a photo that I took of item 7-14.
Your Honor, I'll seek to introduce and admit the next exhibit. No objection.
All right.
Exhibit 199.
May I publish, Your Honor?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have 9471, please.
So
And again,
the two screens don't match.
Oh.
Why do our screens not match? They turned it off. They just turned off our screen, and now they turned it back on.
Thank you.
Imagine
Thank
that's
you.
what passing out looks like.
Ms. Hanley, again,
Lights
if
out.
you could just describe for the jury what it is depicted in the photograph up on the screen.
This is the photo that I took of item 7-14.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, you can take that down. So, Ms. Hanley, in addition to the physical match analysis that you did between item 3-2, the cup, and 6 of the pieces that you found to be a physical match from item 7-12, did you also compare pieces from item 3-2, 7-12, and 7-14?
Yes, I did.
And what did you conclude in your physical match analysis of those items together?
So upon examining and comparing item 3-2, 7-12, and 7-14, I had concluded that 6 of the 9 pieces of glass from 7-12 physically fit with item 3-2, and the remaining 3 of the 9 from 7-12 did not have a physical fit to item 3-2. I also compared item 3-2 and 7-12 to 7-14, but there was no physical match to item 7-14.
Now, in addition to that, did you also do a physical match analysis between item 3-2, the drinking glass, 7-12, pieces found from the roadway, and certain pieces from 3-3 from the bumper of the vehicle?
Yes, I did.
And what did you conclude based on that physical match analysis between those items?
So upon examining and comparing those items, so there were 5 total pieces of glass from item 3-3. I used 2 of those pieces for physical match comparison to the items recovered from the road. Upon my examination, I did not, there was no physical match between those 2 pieces from item 3-3 to any of the pieces recovered from the road. So that included items 3-2, 7-12, and 7-14.
Now, as far as the two pieces that you had selected from item 3-3, do you recall which of those two lettered pieces you chose for your comparative analysis?
Yes.
And which were they?
They were pieces A and B.
And if I could ask why pieces A and B versus other pieces?
So A and B were used for physical match. The remaining 3 of the 5 were not used for physical match comparison due to their size and condition.
Now, those same two pieces from item 3-3, pieces A and B, did you then do a physical match analysis between that and 7-14?
I did.
And what did you conclude from that analysis?
I concluded that there was no physical match between the two pieces from item 3-3 to item 7-14.
Now, did you also do a physical match analysis between piece E from item 3-3 from the bumper?
I did not. No, not a physical match examination.
Did you do any comparative analysis between a piece of glass E from 3-3 from the bumper and item 7-14?
Yes, I did.
And what did you conclude from that analysis?
So I selected piece E for further examination. I did microscopic examination as well as instrumental analysis, and I did the same microscopic and instrumental analysis to 7-14, and I compared the data, and I came to the conclusion that the piece that I sampled from item 3-3, piece E, was found to be consistent in physical and instrumental properties to the sample that I took from item 7-14.
If you could, Ms. Hanley, could you please explain to the jury when you say instrumental analysis, what is that? What does that consist of?
So the instrumental analysis that I conducted was on the GRIM instrument, which measures the refractive index of the samples. So after I had ran my samples for both item 3-3 and 7-14, I compared the data to determine whether they were consistent or not consistent.
And so when you say that something is consistent in instrumental properties, what does that mean?
So in this instance, they had consistent refractive indices.
Now, in addition to that comparative analysis for the glass items, what other additional examinations did you perform in this case?
Sorry, could you say that again?
In addition to items 3-2, 3-3, 7-12, and 7-14, what other items did you look at in this case?
So I also examined item 3-1 and item 7-18.18.
And what was the description provided to you in reference to item 3-1?
3-1 was a taillight, and there were also some other plastic pieces as well.
And taillight from the same vehicle as the glass from the bumper, correct?
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Glass from the bumper. Glass from the bumper. Guess I'll find out when I take mine
single
apart.
photograph, do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize that?
This is the photo that I took of item 3-1.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth will seek to introduce in the minutes.
No objection. Thank you.
200.
May I publish, Your Honor?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 9394. And Ms. Hanley, do you recognize what's up on the screen as Exhibit 200?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize it to be?
This is the photo that I took of item 3-1.
And what's contained in here, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what the item 3-1, the taillight housing, looked like when you received it?
Yes.
Now, as far as, and we'll get to this more a bit in a moment, but as far as any sort of comparative analysis that you did with any other item, what part of this taillight housing were you comparing to that other item?
So there were clear and red plastic portions of the taillight that appeared to be broken. So I sampled portions of the clear plastic as well as the red plastic on the taillight.
And just for clarity purposes, if you could with the pointer, as far as which of these pieces up on the screen were you sampling the clear and or the red plastic from?
So the red plastic that I sampled was from this area. It's a little hard to tell from here. I think I'd have to refer to my photo in my notes, but I think there were a couple of different areas that had clear broken plastic. I think this might have been one of the areas that was broken that I sampled.
And just for my purposes, really what I'm asking, Ms. Hanley, is the clear plastic that you used from item 3-1 was from the housing unit itself, the large piece, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Ms. Gilman, you can take that down. Now, the other item that you were comparing this to was item 7-18.18. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And what was provided to you as the description of that item, 7-18.18?
7-18.18 was debris that was collected from 2 pieces of clothing from the victim.
And specifically, that would be 7-17, an orange T-shirt. Is that correct?
I believe that is correct, yeah.
Okay, as well as 7-18, a gray long-sleeve shirt. Is that correct?
Yes.
And when you say that item 7-18.18 contained debris, what did that debris consist of?
So the debris consisted of one clear piece of plastic, as well as several pieces of red plastic, among some other trace material.
Now, were there measurements taken of those items within the debris, specifically the clear plastic and the red plastic?
Yes.
And what were those measured to be?
I would just need to refer to my report for that.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you.
TYO Toys, Frog was framed 25 months. Phil, thank you very much. Good to have you here. Shaylin.
So the clear piece of plastic in 7-18.18, it measured approximately 1/8 of an inch by 1/16 of an inch. And then I measured the largest and the smallest of the red plastic pieces. And the largest piece of red plastic measured approximately 1/16 of an inch by less than 1/16 of an inch. And the smallest piece among those measured approximately less than 1/16 of an inch by less than 1/16 of an inch.
And so those particular pieces that you measured, about how small are we talking about?
So the largest for the red plastic, the largest piece measured, just for visual purposes, it's roughly like the size of a grain of rice. The rest of the pieces were smaller than that.
And who within the lab provided that debris in that taillight housing to your unit, to the trace unit?
So the debris from the clothing was transferred to my unit by Maureen Hartnett, and the taillight was submitted to the lab by Trooper Christopher Moore.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Showing you a series of 5 photographs. You could review those and look up when you're finished.
Hairball.
Generally speaking, Ms. Hamden, do you recognize what's depicted in those photographs?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize those?
Those are the photographs that I took of 7-18.18.
I'm going to call both the seat to introduce and admit as the next exhibit, A through E.
No objection.
Thank you.
Were there only red fragments found in the clothes, or was there red and white? Does anyone know?
Your Honor, may I publish?
Yes.
Now, Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 9352.
That's a siren, by the way.
And Ms. Hanley, what is depicted in this photograph on the screen?
So this is one of the photos that I took of 7-18.18. This is how I received the clear piece of plastic.
And is that a tin that it's encased in at the time that you receive it?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have 9355. And what is this, Ms. Hanley?
So this is a photo of the clear piece of plastic that was within that tin.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have 9364. And Ms. Gilman, if you could enlarge this just a bit.
What in the world?
Maybe just a little more, please. Thank you. And Ms. Hanley, what are we looking at in this photograph?
This is the photo that I took of the debris that was collected from the clothing items.
You got some grass.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have 9366. And again, Ms. Hanley, what are we looking at here?
This is a photo that I took under a microscope of the red plastic pieces that I noted within the debris.
And lastly, Ms. Gilman, if we could have photograph 9369. And Ms. Hanley, what are we looking at here?
This is a picture that I took of the red plastic pieces that I removed from the debris.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, you can take that down.
Okay. Only red.
Now, Ms. Hanley, in reference to your comparative analysis from item 3-1, the taillight housing plastic, to the clear and red plastic pieces of debris from plastic debris from item 7-18.18, the clothing of Mr. O'Keefe, what types of instruments did you utilize in this comparative analysis?
Sure. So after completing my examination, I utilized a comparison microscope as well as a polarized microscope, a FTIR, which is a Fourier transform infrared spectrometer, and I also used a microspectrophotometer, also known as a microspec.
And what is a microspec?
So a microspec is an analytical tool that we can use to examine samples that have color. So it provides information on the sample's dyes and pigments.
And how is that utilized in your comparative analysis?
So I ran samples from both items that I was comparing, and I compared the data from those two items as a part of my comparative analysis.
And when you run that sort of data, can you describe for the jury sort of what that data looks like? Like, what are you physically seeing when you're examining the data from a microspec?
So what we refer to it as a spectrum or just a graph, and when we do the comparison, we can overlay those spectra or graph to determine if they are consistent or not consistent.
And I know you spoke a little bit about it in your testimony yesterday, but if you could remind the jury as far as an FTIR, what is that and how is that used in your analysis?
So an FTIR is another analytical tool that we can use. A sample is exposed to infrared light, and it reacts in a certain way with that light. And what's produced is a spectrum of peaks and valleys that are representative and unique to your sample. And so that instrument was used to run samples from both items, and then the data was compared from both items.
Now, from your comparison of starting with the clear plastic from the debris from Mr. O'Keefe's clothing, from your comparative analysis of that clear plastic to the clear plastic from item 3-1, the taillight, what did you conclude?
So the clear plastic from the debris was found to be consistent in color and instrumental properties to the clear plastic from the taillight. So accordingly, the clear plastic from the debris could have originated from the clear plastic from the taillight or from another source with the same characteristics.
And with reference to the red plastic from item 7-18.18 from Mr. O'Keefe's clothing, in your comparison of that red plastic with the red plastic from the passenger side taillight of the defendant's vehicle, item 3-1, what did you conclude from that analysis?
So the red plastic that I sampled from item from the debris from the clothing from 7-18.18 was found to be consistent in color, microscopic appearance, and instrumental properties with the portions that I sampled from the red plastic from the taillight. So accordingly, the red plastic from item 7-18.18 could have originated from the red plastic that I sampled from the taillight or from another source with the same characteristics.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, if I could just hold on 1 minute while the sirens pass. May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes. Actually, is this a good time to take a break, Mr. Lally? Break?
Entirely up to the court.
It's one.
We have another 3-4 minutes left.
I'm going to see counsel for 2 minutes, folks.
So we're going to spend 2 minutes talking to counsel at Sidebar to decide whether or not you can take 3 minutes to talk to the witness before we go to lunch. So great use of our time. Nobody's wasting your time, jurors. You're doing fine. We're on schedule. We're on schedule, ahead of schedule actually now. For a moment, it looked like RA wasn't wearing any pants. Woo! It's not Friday. It's not Friday. So the debris.
Like I told you earlier, we're ahead of schedule, so we will take a luncheon break, and we'll take an hour. So I know.
What?
We'll take an hour. Okay, we'll see you back here. So.
Okay.
All rise to the court, please.
Did you just hear this?
Follow me.
This is good. Okay, hang on. And a big sigh from the judge. We're going to count that in just a second as well. Let me count it right now. You can't see me because I'm so tall. I just got a package. It's nothing exciting. It's a radio antenna. Okay, come on down to my level. Everybody just dip with me here. Dip. There we go. All right. What we just saw, what the judge just told us, first of all, is hilarious because she says, jurors, we are going to take a lunch. She had originally said we were not taking a lunch. We're not taking a lunch because we've got too much stuff to do, right? And we had an hour delay talking to all the jurors at Sidebar this morning, and nobody wants to waste the jurors' time, but we did that. Then she says, you know what? We're on schedule. Actually, we're ahead of schedule, and we're going to take a long lunch, not just a short lunch, to make up for this morning. This tells me that the Commonwealth 100% expected a lengthy and robust cross of Dr. Wolf and didn't get it. No, that's not. Let's see. What are you guys doing here? Oh, no. We're up here. Nothing's happening. Okay. Just want to make sure we're not missing something. All right. Okay. There we go. They didn't get it. And now the Commonwealth is scrambling to get witnesses ready, and they're not going to have more witnesses after this one, so we're taking a long lunch. We get an hour lunch. For those that are asking, the package I got was a radio antenna, a GMRS radio antenna, which is it's like an FRS radio, but it requires a federal license, which is just you pay for it and you get the license. There's no test involved like ham radio. But I didn't realize I had to build it myself, and I do not have an SWR meter. So now I'm sort of hosed. I don't know what I'm supposed to do now, but anyway, I'll figure it out. So we're going to have lunch, and then she's going to get cross-examination or a few more minutes of direct and then cross-examination after that. And then what? Then do we get into, I don't know, something juicier? Let's see. I think she said 30 minutes originally. She did, and now she changed her mind to say a full hour. So I'm just updating. I'm scheduling our next portion after the portal. 20, part 2 is going to start at 1:45. I'll do it 1:50. How about that? 1:50. That gives us 45 minutes to take lunch. Okay. So that's good stuff. All right. Another thing. Going back to what the judge said at the very beginning, as soon as we started, the questions to the jurors give us an idea of what the issue was, and it appears that somebody may have been talking to a juror, or they thought that somebody was talking to a juror based on some post or something like that. They questioned all the jurors. No jurors were dismissed, which means any notes we're seeing online, any like, hey, family members on the jury for Karen Reed and tells me this, it's BS. It's a lie. A juror would have been dismissed promptly for that. And instead, the judge has a stern warning saying, don't talk to each other about this. That's it. So apparently, maybe somebody saw somebody talking to someone else and thought they were discussing things. They didn't. No one has been dismissed. But they did have a seating assignment. Somebody got moved to sit somewhere else. So, are you ordering things you need in the last minute? You have gadget people. Let's see. Are you RA, are you ordering things you need in the last minute? You have gadget people have bought you and people lend you things. Nor so professional. I am sorry. I'm not so professional. This is something I need in July. So I wouldn't say it's last minute, but I got a text message from a friend who said, will you please provide the emergency communications for us in addition to filming? And I said, sure, because I have some stuff to do that. And I looked at what the stuff I had, and I said, instead I need a different antenna so it will work better. So I ordered this for July. I don't know how to put it on, though. I think it just goes together like this. It goes on that end. There need to be little set screws, which don't... Oh, they're tight. They're in there. I almost lost them. Okay. I'll build it like that. It's very tall. It's huge. It's like massive. It's like a sword. All right, we'll get that sorted away in just a minute. All right, Greener's first in chat on the other one. We'll set up the portal here, and we're going to go give you guys a lunch break, which we didn't think we were going to get much of, but now the judge has changed her mind, singing a different tune now this afternoon. So there we go. Now we're all set up. All right, anything we have to address before we go to lunch? I will say the testimony today, the fact that there was both white and red plastic found in the shirt shards, that I believe the pieces that Proctor found were only red, right? He only found red ones. If he had staged this scene, he would need more white plastic to make the shards. I think that's very helpful for the Commonwealth and hurts the defense idea. Because how would the clear glass shards, or not clear glass, but clear plastic shards get in the shirt if Proctor only has red pieces from the taillight? That's what I'm thinking. I've got to run that through my head. Am I ham? Yes, I am. I don't give up my call sign because it gives out my home address. That's the way the licenses work. I'm a technician, no code, ham radio operator. No, he found both. He found both. I thought he only had those red pieces. The clothing wasn't occupied in the police station. Regina says, I heard from somebody, I don't know who that is, that it was two jurors talking about Shannon's degree. It couldn't have been, Regina, because he doesn't have one. He's not a bachelor's. Didn't Proctor collect the clothes? He did. He had them in his custody for a long time before he turned them in. How do we know that Proctor only had red pieces? I'm trying to remember from the count of when they were turned in. He found all those big pieces that make up the whole right side of the taillight. Bathroom modeler 2026. I'm adding that to my resume right now. Jen Joe, I'm doing it. All right, speaking of right now, we're going to go to lunch right now, and we're going to come back at 1:50. 1:50. There are a couple things I need to do with StreamYard for tomorrow because we have to get the birthday song in there somehow. I don't know how that's going to work, but we'll figure it out. Got to get the intro on there and the birthday song. Lots of things to do. I've got live stream tonight I have to work out for the city as well. So it's going to be a busy day for me. And then on the road tomorrow, we'll be joining live from, I think we'll be live probably from around the Raleigh area about the time court starts tomorrow. That's just a guess. So probably near the Triangle. I don't know. Maybe we'll be in Virginia. I don't know. I don't even know where we're driving. So tonight, when you go home, please hug the people you love. Smile at someone, make their day just a little bit better. And please stay safe till we go live right here on this channel in just 40 minutes or so with the afternoon coverage of the Karen Read trial. This is day 20. Will be part 2 when you come back. And please do click the subscribe button, click the like button, and then click the notify button. You'll be notified when we go live again, which will happen here in less than an hour. We'll see you back here in just a little bit. You guys have a great lunch. Hold hands. Portal incoming. We'll see you guys in a bit. Bye-bye.
front of the Walmart.
Now it hurt, I stole it. The zombie apocalypse may be upon us.
Because he's the